that they might take 5 feet of my land. 'Cause I live on the corner of Fremont and Fernwood. My neighbor across the street from me got a letter about today's meeting, but I didn't get anything about it. We're just kind of wondering what side of the street are we going to lose our property on? Because if that happens and I have to move my fence in a steel shed, that's going to cost me money to do that. And that was one of the selling points of buying that house, was that, and being, kind of on the quiet end of town. Now you're going to put in another, I heard 250 units on the Inland Empire down, I believe it's 830 on Fremont Street, the old blue house. The people finally sold out, and that gives you guys access to the whole Inland Empire there to build all kinds of stuff. And that's going to ruin the traffic by my house and a lot of other people's. And you're going to have to redo the street, after all that too, because it's in bad enough shape as it is now. But I'm just wondering what you guys know about who's going to lose land down Fremont Street and where. Because my neighborhood, from my house down to the next block, we all have sidewalk and curb. And if you look down the curb towards Tractor Supply, it lines up with theirs. My neighbor Tony's here. He's got dirt. I got curb and sidewalk. And you look down the other way, past our sidewalks, there's all kinds of land on that side. So I'm just kind of wondering, what it's going to come down to. Because if I got to move stuff, that's going to be a pain in the neck, because that puts part of my house within 10 feet of the street. And that ain't good. So just wondering. And thank you for hearing. And I'll sign in.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other public comment out in the audience? If not, do we have? Okay, come on up.
Hello, my name is John Bogle. I live on Vine Street, near where the apartments the last gentleman was talking about are going to be built. And the letter says you're going to maybe take a piece of my property, eminent domain. I understand that. I have a few questions about that. One of which is I do have a fence. He mentioned the cost of moving the fence and a shed. I don't have any sheds there, but no, that should not be my cost. In other words, if you guys are going to take the land and it's going to cut into my fence, somebody else needs to rebuild my fence to the same standard it is now. Doesn't need to be a great fence, but it has to be equivalent to what I have. Secondly, I take it you're going to pay us something for it. I know that hasn't been figured out yet. I doubt you're going to pay market, but I'm curious how you're going to figure per square what you pay. The other question is, since my home is financed, how does that work with the bank and the financing and insurance and what have you? This should not be my issue. It should be whoever's grabbing the land's issue. In other words, you guys work it out. I shouldn't have to. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I don't have, it's kind of useless land in the back of my property, so I don't have a problem with you doing that. But again, I expect a fence back where to guard my property. And yeah, it shouldn't cost me anything, basically, in time or money. So that's my question. I also wanted to address, this is a second issue, the flock camera thing the gentleman was talking, a couple of people back were talking about. Most people don't know this is just a point of interest. Flock is a private organization. They collect the data, keep it on servers. And yes, I don't know if it's the sheriff or the city or who's gets that information. I'm all for helping law enforcement with that. I think it's a wonderful thing. However, I agree, surveillance does not need to be in actually, I don't believe in it at all. The problem is it's a private organization and anybody who wants to buy that can buy it. So the sheriff's department might get it, but so might Google and whoever else is going to share it with advertisers. I really don't need to have my information where I was, when I was, shared with everybody in the world, whoever wants to spend a penny on it. Okay, I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, real quick, Michelle Rambo, Planning Director.
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
The
Rambo.
item that both the last two gentlemen talked about is item 6.3, and that a lot of that will be cleared up during that presentation. And then there will be another chance for public comment at that time.
Okay, thank you. So that is on the agenda and we will be discussing that tonight for both you gentlemen that got up and spoke about the land. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Raise hand.
We have 15 people on Zoom. There's no public comment.
No public comment. Okay. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we will move on to looking for a motion on approval of the agenda.
Evening, Mr.
Councilman-
Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannon, seconded by Councilwoman Zaborski. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0. Moving on to consent agenda, looking for a motion. Councilman Hannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with item 2.2 removed and rescheduled to 8/5/26, the next council meeting. Well, I should say not the next, but the next meeting on 8/5/26.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, if I may, Robert Carson, City Treasurer for the record. I just want to clarify, it's item 2.22.
I'm sorry, you're correct. There was some confusion about that. I'll reword my motion. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with item 2.22 removed and to the 8/5/26 meeting.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannon, seconded by Councilwoman Zaborski. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0. Ms. Swanson, would you please now read the business licenses?
Yes, sir. Tonight we have Avante Handyman Services, All Out Patio Solutions.
Ms. Swanson, can you get the microphone a little closer? I don't know
Yes.
if they can hear you out there.
Avante LLC Handyman Solutions, All Out Patio Solutions, Construction, Boba and Bites Mobile Food Vendor, Brightview Landscape, Landscaping Services, CWG Products, Hobby Crafter, Evolve Vacation Rentals, Online Marketplace Facilitator, Equova Water Technologies, Water Purification Systems, Fernley Wings, Restaurant and Ale House, Jensen Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Lighthouse Laser and Skincare, Cosmetology and Esthetician Services, Nikki Industries, Primary Care Practice, Power Up Electric, Electrical Contractor, Skoden Trucking, Home Office for Trucking Business, Superior Paving Company, Paving Contractor, the DIY Dreamers, Hobby Crafter, and the Looney Leprechaun Mobile Ice Cream.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Swanson. We'll now move on to line on 3.1 reports. City staff, do we have any reports?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Barry Williams, Chief Operating Officer for the record. For the record, I just wanted to express my sincere appreciation to the mayor, city council, and the residents of Fernley for your trust and confidence in me as I serve in the role of Chief Operating Officer. It truly is an honor to have this opportunity to continue to serve this community, and I remain committed to leading with integrity, accountability, and focus on delivering exceptional public service. I look forward to continue to work alongside with our dedicated employees, elected officials, and community members to move Fernley forward. In the community, we actually have a couple events happening in the community for this week and next week. We have a health and wellness fair happening Wednesday, June 22nd, and that's going to be from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. at the Fernley Senior Center. We have a low-cost microchip clinic here at City Hall. That's going to be on July 25th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday. And the few open positions that we have here at the City of Fernley, we are currently recruiting for an Animal Control Officer 1, an Associate Engineer, a Water Distribution Utility Operator, a Deputy City Attorney, Public Works Director, and a Chief Development Officer. And that's all the updates I have.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And yeah, congratulations on your new position as the COO, Chief Operating Officer. Yeah, we really look forward to the things that you're going to bring forward for the city. And so congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have Lyon County Sheriff here? I don't see nobody from the fire department. And okay, I guess we will move on to council reports. Councilman Mendoza.
I just want to say thank you to Becky and the team that everybody worked on 4th of July stuff. I've never really seen Becky exhausted, but she was pretty exhausted by 4th of July. So thank you. I was on the LEPC meeting this morning. They had a presentation on a bunch of earthquakes that have been happening and said they're going to continue to happen. And yeah, that's it. That's all I get to report.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of FCTA sponsored events, July 17th through the 19th is the 36th annual Fernley Junior Rodeo at the Out of Town Park Rodeo Grounds. Mr. Williams mentioned the annual ice cream social from 11:30 to 12:30 for the FCAC, and that is also in collaboration with the Senior Center Health and Wellness Fair. We spent 2 days donating. One was on the 3rd. Another one was at the end of June, donating fans, and I believe we handed out like 50 fans to seniors on behalf of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. Donations and new pedestal and tower fans are still being accepted and are very much appreciated. And if you'd like to support this community effort, please contact the city clerk's office. Also, we have a possible meeting with our federal delegates to come out and look at what they have sponsored through our SEDS awards. That should happen sometime in August, as well as pushing for the current 3 items from our federal delegates that they are backing the city of Fernley on, that we're hoping to get funded this year at $1 million apiece. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Torres. Councilwoman Zaberski.
I'll just echo the sentiment. Thank you to the 4th of July committee and city staff that everyone really that made our 4th of July happen. It was wonderful. It's definitely my favorite holiday. And my child also caught that pig. So I'm pretty proud of that. Yeah, thank you to staff and congratulations, Barry. So far I'm really excited for you to be in that position and the communication has been on point. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. A lot of things going on it's been almost 3 weeks since we've been here. Has it been more than that? It's been a while. We missed a meeting on the 1st. On June 18th, I attended the Nevada Pacific Parkway Extension meeting with the Nevada Department of Transportation, our partners at Victory Logistics, and the city of Fernley. At that time, the plans were at 60% approval. I believe they're 90% approval, and it looks like we are on track to hopefully go to bid by the end of this year and start on that project. We're very eager for that. On the 1st, I attended the history tour in this building put on by our Deputy City Attorney, Ms. Jensen. It was quite the elaborate tour. There were items throughout the whole entire building that commemorated and honored the history of Fernley. Lots of good stuff there. And I encourage everyone to, there's some stuff on our Facebook still, go check that out. I also believe we still have some items for sale, the coins. There's a book that was reproduced of Fernley that's, I think, still available. You still have copies? Still have copies in the clerk's office. Super great book. Everyone should check that out. I attended the 4th of July fireworks on the 4th, and it did go out with a bang. No pun intended. That was exciting and interesting. July the 7th, attended the final portion of our union negotiation. We're successfully completed our union negotiation after several months, city staff, myself, the mayor, and the union, and we have an agreement, and I think at the next meeting, we'll be bringing it back for approval. So we're glad to hear that. On the 13th of this month, I attended the Wingers Ribbon Cutting, 1330 Highway 95A. That's a great event. I encourage everyone to go check it out. I always say live local, support local. Great things are happening in Fernley. We all got a lunch there. We had the opportunity to eat there, and staff was great. The food was magnificent. Encourage everyone to check that out. Also on the 13th, I attended the Lyon County Animal Control Advisory Board meeting, of which I'm a member, and I advocate for Fernley and more services at the county level with animals. On the 14th, attended the Lyon County Search and Rescue meeting in Silver Springs, of which I'm also a member. And on the 15th, we did the Texcal Ribbon Cutting, which is a new company in Fernley, 2275 East Newlands. It's a company that sells all kinds of interesting products, but it's hoses and fittings and belts for industrial uses. This is their West Coast distribution site. And we welcome them to Fernley, all the people in the ribbon cutting, and we wish them well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so my report is I'm going to thank the 4th of July committee for just a fantastic 4th of July, and also Fernley City staff for putting on quite a few events throughout the week. I know I was quite busy sitting in the Dunk-a-Plunk and I was at a beauty pageant. I did a car show, was the judge on a car show, did the ribbon cuttings with Councilman Torres and Councilman Hannon, and then with Councilman Hannon today. And there are a lot of exciting things happening in Fernley. And I guess that's the end of my report. So at this time, we're going to move. We don't have any proclamations by the mayor, but we're on presentations right now. But before we do that, I have a presentation, and I just want to say a few things to the as far as our junior Little League team goes. I want to congratulate them for winning state this past weekend. A lot of the same girls won District 3 3 years ago, and or actually 3 years in a row, and now state twice. So they will now advance to the regionals in Tucson, Arizona for the 23rd through the 29th to represent the state of Nevada. And Coach Sarah Palin, Diane Chapin, and Lance Wardley. And actually, so what I did was I pulled out of my contingency fund to help support them with their travels, their pay, their motel room. So I'm presenting them with $5,000 to help support them.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
You girls are supposed to write your names on the list there.
I'll write all of this. Thank you very much for supporting us. We are very excited to represent Fernley, and it feels bigger representing Nevada to go down there. So we are very, very excited. Thank you.
All I can say is go down there, have fun, and play your little hearts out.
We will. Will we be rude if we leave to go practice? Okay, we're out of here.
And make sure you report back and let us know how we're
Yes,
doing.
for sure. Thank you.
And I will be looking on Facebook to see how you girls do. So good luck. Now we have a presentation. Contago AI on AI technologies. Oh, He's on Zoom. Go ahead, sir.
Well, good evening, member of the council, the audience, and the staff. We thank you all for the opportunity to present this little AI narrative that we have put together for the audience. If we can go ahead and start with the first slide. By the way, my name is Puneet Kalia. I'm the CEO and founder of Categories AI. We are a strategy-first AI consulting firm. We are based right here in Carson City, but we have global roots. And I've joined here with me, my CTO, Josh Mary.
Sir, we don't have your slideshow. Is it possible to share your screen?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
I do have my colleague, Amy, requesting to share her screen. Is it possible for her to access? She's on the call here with us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ryan.
Excellent. So rightfully, we titled this presentation to focus on the local future of the local government and what it is going to look like. The very basic question we are going to begin here with is, what is artificial intelligence? I'm sure most of us know, with all the noise that recently that is made around in publications with data centers right here. And of course, I heard earlier in the presentation, a gentleman mentioned that he used AI to research the repercussions of electricity. And so it was access to information that has allowed us to accelerate the growth that we are currently using AI. Amy, if you can go to the next slide. Artificial intelligence enables computers to learn from data. It recognizes patterns, says people with tasks traditionally that has been, requiring human intelligence. We all use sort of AI every day. AI is not magic. It is magical. It'll let you do great things, but it is not going to do everything for you. We've been using AI for quite a while. In the form of initial form of machine learning and Google Maps, which allows you to optimize your routes. Gmail automatically, filters out your spam. Netflix, recognizes the shows and TV movies that you like and builds the recommendations, analyzes the history and finds the patterns. Amazon logistics and smartphones, which automatically adjust your exposure and focus in real time. And these are all AI uses that we currently touch and feel in every day. There's always a question whether humans are going to be replaced by AI, and I don't think that is going to happen anytime soon. Definitely AI has made progress by leaps and bounds in the last few years, but humans still do best a bunch of things. We are great leaders. We are empowered by ethics. We have great, we use our judgment. We apply to complex and context-aware situations, and we use discretion, right? AI is not there yet. Our relationships, we're great at building relationships. It's all about community, right? And we are here voicing out our opinions, listening, building, hearing it with compassion, something that AI does not necessarily have capabilities of as of yet. And I don't think it is anytime in the future is going to have that. So we have seen AI next gen, it's a next generation of economic infrastructure that is really mandatory for us to look seriously into. We've seen evolution of railroads. It allowed us to move, freight internally. Then we moved on to the interstates and the progression of broadband cloud hosting to the AI system. Every time we have seen innovation, there's always something new that has come out. Better jobs, more faster moving of trade, faster moving of data, whether it is computing or transporting. Yeah, sorry. So, Amy, if you can go back to the last slide, I just wanted to share the key. Cities are proactively across, always have been looking at expanding their physical arteries in the, past. And that's where we come to. Today, that infrastructure is going to look very different. It is going to be empowered with cloud, computing, intelligence infrastructure, because that is the modern day city that we are going to have to adapt to. It is not a choice. It is definitely something that we must take very seriously. If we don't do AI, somebody else is going to do AI better than us. And that's the person that's going to replace us. It's not the person that the computer is never going to replace humans. So, Amy, if you can move to the next one. Thank you. If a major technology company, which is Microsoft, we know that is going to build a data center, it really benefits, right? And we're not trying to promote anybody here. We're talking in generalities, what these modern data centers and infrastructure do to your neighborhood. It brings, faster compute, allowing you to maybe even relocations of some of these edge technology companies that are looking to, have compute closer to their home, providing you better jobs, more jobs, and white collar jobs, and allowing you to grow as a city, as a community. AI already has transformed major industries, healthcare, and it has made some really big breakthroughs, so on. So, building systems allowing them to capture the information that was not possible in the past. One of the key examples would be a Nobel Prize was, given to an AI tool for exploring some, chemical strain that did not previously was not possible because of the number of combinations and permeations that you have to do. And it was only possible because of the compute that is empowering us to do these wonderful things, great things. Engineering is using AI. There's a lot of simulated infrastructures. We are reducing cost of building because our cost of failure goes down when we have access to the data, and the data is able to produce or predict, give us those analysis far ahead than the actual outcome, which could cost thousands of millions of dollars to the city, to the companies, and to people. Agriculture definitely has started to pick. There are drones that are using AI to map the agriculture field, land field, water tables, automates automated disease audits. And of course, they're building yield optimization models. And I'm sure the future of the farmer's future is going to look even better because now we have access to data, allowing us to synthesize and bring the best out of our efforts. We got to work smart, and AI is one of those tools that is going to help us work smart. Access to information faster and compute is going to allow us to do those things. In the government sector, we are seeing already there's public service routing. A lot of cities have adopted AI. They're able to locate data faster, and they're trying to build better interfaces for citizens' access. allowing citizens to get answers quicker. Maybe some of those answers are more curated with the data, historical data, that has provided, context to the citizens, which may not have been possible in the past. And of course, everything that is built with AI is built with guardrails, with allowing AI to do. And when I say AI to do, AI is nothing but a computer that is calculating based on the directions that you give. Of course, there is certain level of autonomy that you can give to these computers. But again, humans are always going to be in charge. Some of the city hall workflows of the future, where citizens request, the query a permit, which is sent to a city hall or a portal or a phone line. You don't want to wait 5 or 10 days to answer, right? You want information now. And that's where AI comes in handy, right? It takes the case, pre-fills records, retrieves the history, and drafts that initial reply that needs to go out. So you don't even have to wait. And department resolves, and goes for public works, planning, or finance staff reviews, approves, and services for the citizens. There are opportunities in public works. Excuse me. Public works can respond faster. We talked about it. Your queries can be definitely answered faster. You have issues, you have problems. You don't have a person to talk to because there's, City of Fernley is growing city, and so is every growing city there is. They have problems always, of growth, and with growth comes some pain points. And this is where I think AI can take some of that burden off of the cities and the councils, allowing them to access the data, churn the data, get the results faster, and answers to your citizens. It could be, and from CityWorks, we're talking about predictive maintenance, or routing of your snowplows, allocating your resources where it really matters. And everything is data driven. So AI is nothing but a machine that takes your data, synthesizes that data, and allows you to interpret that data for your benefit. And that was not possible previously. We have that compute power, and those are the data centers that we are seeing allowing us to use that compute power. And there are some AIs, as we said in the beginning, it's not magic, it is magical. The amount of time saved using artificial intelligence is absolutely, I would say insane, because some of the productivity gains seen using AI are as high as 70 to 100% and 200% in some cases. Again, everything is case by case. What are you looking to adopt? What are you looking to do? And how much information are you willing to share with a third party? Those all are the factors to how AI will work. It will work with planning, permit procedures, Q&A assistance. So there are oftentimes a lot of citizen questions. Staff can, reduce their time or query time, and now citizens have answers faster. It will build on the historical knowledge or the similar answers given for the same answer. And that's all the data that is accesses. And of course, City of Fernley always, or any city as a matter of fact, will control the data and how much do they share. Similarly for finance, you can do automated budget summarizations. Your drafts could be a lot faster. You could build historical projections a lot faster. Human resources, city clerk's office, instant search for past council meetings, and really, build up more contextual narrative for citizens, where there's a lot more benefit, and every answer is built on context from the history, right? And anything that is new that is going to be built. Economic development, this is big, right? Because every data center, every new technology is going to bring growth to the area. And with that growth, it'll bring opportunities for the citizens to get those white collar jobs, or even have those data center jobs. With a tier A university right here in our backyard, I think that's where we should be taking advantage of. And that's definitely a big part of AI when it comes to implementing within cities and enterprise. So a typical example of an AI use would be Fernley resident is like, when will my home expansion permit be ready? It was submitted last Tuesday, right? And the AI will take that query and similar queries and goes through all the data, immediately retrieves the submitter's ID, locates the permit number, explains its current status, awaiting engineering review, and automatically queues complex anomalies directly to senior planner. And this is a huge time saving. And we've seen this happening with a lot of cities across the country who are adopting it, and they're becoming more and more AI native. So with all great technologies, we do have risks that are part of this technology. We know that there's incorrect and fabricated data that goes out as able to create deep fakes. It can provide wrong zoning rules to residents, and so the mitigation is we don't let raw data AI publish any policy that is unchecked. We make sure that the biases, unequal resource recommendations, or citizens' requests are very carefully, evaluated. We audit algorithms on historic data set biases, and it's a continuous learning, right? The systems continuously run, and they learn from their previous mistakes, and they try not to make those mistakes. And it is pretty solid that the recursive learning is very, very powerful with AI. Privacy, inputting sensitive data into public models, and this is where we mitigate it with strict data governance and local firewalls. There are deepfakes, fraudulent voice or video calls to city officials. You can use identity and access management tools, including multi-factor verification channels, which are very critical as part of the cyber attacks, which have become almost normal with the rise of AI. Job evolution, task shift requiring staff adoption, staff continuous education and upskilling, and I think that is where the huge benefit is. The one staff learns and adopts to some of these great tools, it'll only become their best friend, because it frees up so much of your time from doing your day-to-day mundane tasks that you really shouldn't be spending your time doing. So pragmatic AI governance looks something like this. Instead of theoretical research, debates, all the governments and enterprise must focus on day-to-day governance protocols to protect and operate citizens or company data. Who owns the data, ensuring that city data remains within the city. Finally, who approves the AI decisions, defining which critical outcomes require human signatures, which do not. Again, it can be backed and powered by multi-factor, accesses, or you build identity and access management tools, allowing you to keep strict, checks on everything that is going out. How is privacy kept? Securing citizen identities and health information is absolutely paramount. So AI, you can build guardrails around that to allowing you to keep everything tight. It has been historically done. We have always protected data for citizens, and the government will continue to do so. Now more than ever, you have the need to make sure that your data is airtight and your systems are air-gapped. How do we audit? We check. We check software updates to prevent quite failures, and always working parallelly in partnership with various larger corporations or security firms and technology companies to make sure that up-to-date systems and system processes are implemented. One of the biggest things about AI is, as smart as AI is, which is not true, we are smart. AI is just a machine. We are human in the loop. We always stay and mandate manual review before any publications. So we always stay in charge. At no point we give them a complete autonomy systems to do whatever they need to do. Local technology rules should focus on protecting city sovereignty and community privacy above all else. That is the key for implementing a good AI. Governance is absolutely one of the biggest things that I would recommend. Next. Defensive security is protect citizens, protect operations, and protect public trust. So we wanted to, I want to bring my CTO, Josh Meary. I would like for him to just pitch in on cybersecurity a little bit. We recently had a major breach at State of Nevada. I'm sure most of you are aware of, and similar attacks have been at many government agencies across, many towns and cities in United States. I'm sorry. Can you move and go to the next slide, Amy? All right. Path forward would be prepare, establish citywide data governance and AI use policy. I think Josh, I couldn't get Josh online, but I want to continue. So before shadow software integration expands across departments, means before you even adopt, let's make sure that you really set the AI guidelines, you set the governance, and ensuring that how AI is going to be used within the city systems. Pilot anything low risk, internal trial projects, search tools for city minutes to test effectiveness before anything goes public. Or partner with tech firms, local schools, and regional business associations to attract infrastructure investments and build skills. And we are talking about data center infrastructure. We're talking about anything related to edge computing, be it other companies. We've seen great rise in right here in backyard, Reno Tahoe regional area is host to some of the biggest data centers and most advanced technology companies. And we'll continue to see that influx in our area, bringing more resources, better communities to Northern Nevada. All right. And lastly, I wanted to emphasize that AI will never replace public servants. It'll help them serve their communities more effectively and more rapidly. And that's pretty much where we want to leave. If anybody has any questions, we're open to answer. We'll take a few.
Does council have any questions? We don't have any questions. Thank you very much for the presentations. Much appreciated.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll move on to public hearing 6.1 for possible action, discussion, and second reading of bill number 386, ordinance establishing the Fernley Power District as a municipal electric utilities, city of Fernley, pursuant to NRS 266.290, setting forth the public utility proposed to be established, the established cost thereof, and the proposed manner and terms of payment, defining the initial service areas within the Victory Logistic District, establishing the Fernley Power District Board as a governing body of the district, and prescribing its composition, member selection, and powers and duties, delegating to the board administrative and regulatory authority over the district and other matters properly retained thereto. Ms. Rambo.
Thank you, Mr. Before you start, can I go?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I just want to clarify that previous presentation that we have on my agenda, we have it as a motion. Is it a company that helps cities with AI, or do we know who brought that item?
I just have presentation. a
Okay, I just want to
presentation.
make sure, was it just to educate us? Is it because we kind of are moving forward into that? Are they like a consulting, an AI consulting agency?
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Torres.
I brought them out here to give us their presentation, just to kind of bring us up to speed on where we're at with AI, what's coming, what it can do, what they're hoping it can do, just as an awareness thing, so that we're a little bit ahead of the curve compared to normal cities right now.
Okay, is that company something that we can kind of lean into if we need advice via AI? Are they like a consulting group?
They are not a consulting group, but they will help us out with getting us online, even if we don't use their company. Like they'll help us out to point us in the right direction. And the biggest push on that, my idea was cybersecurity for our system.
Okay,
So, and
Thank you.
they're stationed out of Carson. They're a local company out of Carson, and I've been friends with him for like 15 years.
perfect. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Rambo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Michelle Rambo, Planning Director for the record. Just to kind of bring you back up to speed, the first reading of this ordinance was held May 20th. The second reading of this bill was continued from the June 17th meeting to tonight's meeting to allow the city's consultant additional time to review information and answer some questions for us. As of this point, that analysis is still ongoing. There have been several legal conversations that have happened in the last few days. So I'm going to turn it over to Aaron and he's going to catch us up on that.
Aaron Mortson, City Attorney. I do have a short PowerPoint. While we're going into that, I just want to discuss some of the options that council has today. Today is set for a second reading. I think I also have a PowerPoint that I prepared. I think I sent it to Kim. Let me know if you got it. But while we're discussing that, in terms of tonight's set for a second reading, this council has the opportunity to adopt the Power District Ordinance as is. Additionally, our consultants continue to work on that, and we're hoping to have that final meeting with the consultants to regard their findings on July 21st. If council wants to see those findings prior to making a decision, they have the opportunity to continue this matter again to August 5th for a review of the consultation's findings. However, if council does want to pass that today, I do have a couple of other options that can be used as well that I have in a PowerPoint.
I apologize, Aaron. I don't monitor my email during council meetings.
Sorry, I got you very last minute. Had to finish it up. All right, so I just have a couple of possible amendments if the council finds it appropriate to pass it tonight that I want to discuss. The first one is to add in a new section 17. The section has sections A and B. I'll read that out loud. The council expressly reserves the right in its sole legislative discretion and without a liability of any kind to amend, supplement this ordinance subject to applicable law. B, neither the city's general fund, the taxpayers or the city, nor the city's officers, officials, or employees or agents shall have any liability to any person or entity at any cost, expense, loss, or damage arising out of or relating to the formation or non-formation of the district. The implementation or non-implementation of this ordinance or any reliance upon this ordinance, any person or entity that relies upon this ordinance does so at its own risk. This is just a reiteration of the laws. You know, every ordinance that the city has, the city council, by following the appropriate law, has the authority to be able to come in and amend in the future. This section just clarifies that this ordinance may be amended in the future, and if any person or entity that relies on this ordinance, and there are of course changes that occur later on, does so at their own risk, and the city is not liable for any risk that they choose to take. So if the council finds it appropriate to pass it today, they may want to add in this section 17 at the end in order to clarify that point. The other point today that will be discussed, oh man, that's tiny and I apologize. In here, we have a 1% franchise fee. If today you're going to hear a presentation from Mart 4 that will discuss that franchise fee and that 1% and why they believe it's appropriate. If council agrees that 1% is appropriate, they can pass the ordinance as is. However, if you feel that 1% is not appropriate, you can amend section, I believe it's 4C, to state that the franchise rate will be determined at a later date and would be subject to approval at a public hearing. And so that franchise fee can be determined at a later time. Again, these are all options and tools that the council has to make a decision as to whether they want to pass the ordinance as is, continue the ordinance, or change it and amend it with either or both of the amendments as presented. I'll turn the time over to Bob, I believe, is going to the presentation. Oh, I'll turn the time over to Rick.
Hey, can we go to our slideshow, please? Thank you. Rick Nelson, Senior Vice President for Mark IV, in charge of the Victory Project. And with me is Bob Sweeten, our Power Council. So first of all, I want to thank the mayor and the council members for allowing us to present this tonight. We appreciate that. The ordinance before you, can you go to the first slide, please? The ordinance before you is for a second reading, as Michelle pointed out, and is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Fernley to significantly increase its general fund revenue and finally deliver meaningful improvements to the service delivery infrastructure and quality of life for the residents of Fernley. For more than 25 years, the city has been constrained by the consolidated tax allocation and has remained essentially flat while the population of Fernley has grown dramatically. The Power District, as you can see in these slides, would generate between $126 and $157 million in the first 6 years that would go to the general fund of the city. This is 3 to 4 times the amount that currently the city has. This kind of infrastructure is durable, locally generated revenue that would allow real investment to roads, public safety, parks, and everyday services the residents of Fernley have gone without. None of the revenue arise unless the ordinance is adopted as written, including the 1% franchise fee that keeps the power cost competitive. I urge the council to move on the ordinance to the final adoption without amendment. To put a finer point on this, electricity is a commodity. Large industrial customers compared delivered prices across the country and signed long-term contracts with only the price as a competitive and predictable from the very beginning. That means they look at everything very, very closely before they make their decision. This 1% franchise fees is what keeps the district power price attractive and keeps Fernley attractive to these large customers and makes this once-in-a-generation revenue opportunity possible. The Fernley Power District Working Group, which was set up with Fernley as part of it, modeled a delivery cost of roughly $155 to $165 per megawatt hour with the 1% franchise fee, and that's what you see on the screen ahead of you. The price is fixed by contract with a known 2% annual escalator, so there's your increase. The customers know exactly what they will pay in the years to future. This gives them confidence to come here. Raising the fee early in the process would add several dollars to the megawatt hour and make the Fernley Power District uncompetitive with the regions around it. When customers do not sign contracts, the billions of private infrastructure investment will never occur. Without investment, the construction permits, the real property taxes, the personal property taxes that make up the bulk of the projected revenue never arrive. And it's all laid out in this chart. And this chart was built with the city of Fernley's support. The higher franchise fee early on does not produce more money for the city. It produces less development and far less total revenue. The 1% rate is a key that unlocks this entire benefit. Steady, predictable local governance is one of the most attractive features of the large-scale economic development. Sophisticated customers make multi-million-dollar investments, and they look for clear rules, stable cost, reliable decision-making processes that will not change midstream. The published ordinance before you delivers exactly that. Can we go to the next slide, please? The three-member board structure, majority voting requirement, and the clear lines of the city oversight provide predictability without creating unnecessary uncertainty. The power price is locked by a contract with a known escalator. The franchise fee is set at 1% and begins accruing the first day of service. These terms were published for 8 weeks and reflect the balance of governance model presented to the public. Changing the board composition or the franchise fee at this late stage would signal instability and unpredictability. That kind of last-minute revision is precisely what large customers seek to avoid, and the current structure should be adopted as written. Adopting the ordinance tonight as published is the clearest path to delivering a once-in-a-generation revenue increase for Fernley, and needs also demonstrating a steady, predictable governance that attracts serious economic development. Large industrial customers value this certainty. They want to know the rules, they want to know the cost, they want to have a decision-making process that will remain consistent over the 20-year contracts that they're going to sign. The published ordinance provides certainty through fixed power prices and with an escalator, a board structure, and a 1% franchise fee that keeps and delivers cost competitiveness. Any increase to the franchise fee or change to the board at this stage would introduce unpredictability at the worst possible moment for Fernley. It would make the power less attractive, reduce the likelihood of long-term contracts, and shrink the downstream revenues to fund the better city services. The ordinances already contain every protection the city would reasonably require. No taxpayers' money is at risk, no city debt, no credit pledge, no impact on the residential rates, and full compliance with state law. The terms have been published for 8 weeks. I respectfully ask the council to adopt the ordinance as written tonight so Fernley can secure both the revenue and reputation for reliable governance that this opportunity demands. And to talk about a little bit more of it, we're going to have Bob weigh in.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob Sweeten, Council for the project, Energy Council for the project. Before I speak specifically to the organizational framework here, I did want to reference, I've been working with Mr. Morrison on this for a couple, probably more than a couple of days now, on some of these potential amendments. So I do want to put a finer point. Mr. Morrison's aware of, the objections we'll lodge to those amendments. The ordinance has been published for 8 weeks now. There has been no material objection filed by any member of the public related to that language. Moreover, we have met and we are cooperating with the consultants that the city's hired in order to assist them in compiling their report. What we learned in the early weeks of doing that is that the consultants really are consulting from an angle of like proper operations, proper deployment, proper electric service rules, a check to make sure that the developers here, both the generation partner, the land partner, the ultimate end use customers, they're not making reckless, irresponsible utility development decisions. What they are not analyzing is the ordinance, the legality of the ordinance, or the franchise fee impacts related to the ordinance. So for that reason, Mark Ford tonight has come forward and presented that the ordinance should be adopted tonight as it was published. 2 finer points there. The language referenced by Mr. Morrison in section 17, he did a good job referencing it was just recognizing rights that the city already has. This is language that the ordinance is passed. It doesn't create any sort of relationship or obligation of the city. No one can rely on it. They do so at their own risk. I would just caution the city that one of the reasons we're against any amendment tonight is that under Nevada law, any amendment to the ordinance, if it's deemed to be a major amendment, which me and Mr. Morrison have talked about this, there's no clear definition of what that means. It could be subject to attack. It could be by either business competitors or other entities, that environmentalists, whatever the case might be. There could be issues with the method in which the ordinance was adopted, if it is deemed to be a major modification. Also, I think looking forward, the language of section 17 does create kind of an obligation for the city of Fernley to include that language in every ordinance that passes from here on out, because implicit in the language offered up is the idea that other ordinances without that language do create some form of legal right or obligation. So, we think the city should avoid that risk. As to the franchise fee, I would submit this would be a material modification. The franchise fee was first presented conceptually to city staff in, I believe, March. It has always been a component of this ordinance over the last 8 weeks. And adopting and has been the framework for negotiating or pre-negotiating some of these agreements with off-takers. To the extent that the city gets something back from the consultant and feels that that fee should be adjusted somehow and would still remain feasible, the city council, through the ordinance, through the language of the ordinance, maintains absolute ability to amend the ordinance at a future date. We would submit that as the much cleaner method. It would avoid potential litigation, not from Mark IV, but from some outside party that's interested in stopping this form of development, and would preserve the process to the quickest method for Fernley to accrue revenues from the project. Adding the amendments as proposed tonight, we think injects significant concern and confusion, as General Nelson has referenced. And the city has full remedy and the ability to amend the ordinance, and there's a process around that. These are sophisticated parties. They are not assuming that because an ordinance is passed that it cannot be amended, that it cannot be changed. They understand that. So I would submit on those points. Just very briefly as to the organizational framework of the district that you see here on the board. I will note briefly that this has been carefully structured. The goal here is to ensure these are municipal utilities. They are going to be public bodies, as the ordinance references, but also they're dealing with, very high levels of capital, very high level financial transactions. And for that reason, we've proposed that the Fernley Power District Board be made up of, much like master plan communities and other development organizations, an initial stand-up board. That is, it is the closest thing you can get to residents, right? This is a commercial district. No one lives out there. So we've got the primary land developer, the primary generation partner, and a representative from the city. We fully anticipate that representative from the city being either, as I talked with Mr. Morrison about today, either a consultant or a representative resident of the city who is knowledgeable about power infrastructure, who can contribute, who can report back to the city. I would submit to you that the ordinance lays out that these appointments to the board are approved by council. So not just anybody gets appointed, and that there are removal procedures in the event that a board member does something unsavory. I would also submit to you tonight that this framework allows for, when these types of projects move forward at this scale, the dollar value of the investments made in that property is in the billions. Because the city is completely indemnified, which I'll make a quick note on in a minute, because the city is completely indemnified here and not assuming any risk in the project at all, it is a very difficult sell to take the billions of dollars in capital that the city has really no risk in and basically just say, hey, whoever wants to be on this board can be on it. This has to be a professionally managed board for investors to want to be involved. It also has to be a board that is legitimate, that has stakes in the community and interest in the community. We would submit that the plan that has been public and published for the last 8 weeks accomplishes exactly that. And then just a brief note, you will see we have this electric service company framework. They would kind of run district operations. We are able to share a good amount of information and have had great conversations with the consultants on that component. And then end use customers, those are the ones who pay for the power, as General Nelson has referenced. As a final note, and I've kind of gotten to it with some of the, as to the amendments to Section 17, I would note that the current framework of the ordinance fully indemnifies the city from any risk in approving this tonight. You've got Section 4A, Section 4D. Those deal with financial assurances that neither the city's credit will be used, nor will the city be expected or obligated to have any financial obligation related to the district. And then the working group report, which was approved by this council a couple months ago, that is incorporated by reference into the district and sets out that it will be a precondition of participation in the district for all district participants to sign indemnity waivers as to the city of Fernley, so that there is no party within the district that would have some claim against the city of Fernley. So I will submit on that. We're happy to answer questions. I'll kick it back to General Nelson unless I can help answer something.
Yeah, why don't you stay up here? So I'm sure there's lots of questions, so please ask.
Councilman Mendoza?
Yeah, I believe you mentioned that this has been published for 8 weeks and nobody has opposed the ordinance that was presented. But I believe we just had a public comment of an individual like completely opposing the whole project. So I just want to make that clear for the record. I appreciate you guys bringing this presentation to us, but after other questions, I would like a legal brief with our attorney.
So thank you for that. So I would say that individual opposed the power plant, not the ordinance nor the Fernley Power District. He opposed the power plant. The power district doesn't rely on natural gas. That's our pioneer generation. There's multiple elements that come into the power district. There's air, there's wind, there's solar, and there's other types of energy that comes in. This district amalgamates all that and manages that power. So while that gentleman did have opposition to that particular type of power, it was not opposition to what we're presenting tonight, which is the ordinance and the power district.
All right. Well, thank you for that clarification.
Councilwoman Zaberski?
Thank you for your presentation. The part about the board and who's going to be on the board, that went really fast. So can we break that down a little bit?
Yes.
Who's on the board? How many members are on the board? How many people from the city of Fernley? I know that we had asked, did we ask for someone from the fire department to be on the board as well? Or is that just a part of the working group? I really want to understand the structure of that, and then also how us as a city will see, updates from that board. If you could just explain that a little
Sure.
bit,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. The board membership is 3 individuals. The first individual is from the Pioneer Power Company, and that person will be vetted by the Pioneer Power Company and then vetted by the city council. That'll be somebody who is steeped in natural gas generation, and we'll talk to how that is produced and delivered to the customer. The second board member is the Pioneer Developer, and we are going to hire a generation development manager that's going to be steeped in generation management and present that to the city to be on a member of that board. So right now, that person is going to have a requirement to do all those things, and you'll see the resume from that. Third is a member at large from the city. The city can look for somebody, and there's many people in the city that have electrical backgrounds. We've talked to many of them that can come up and be a member of this board. This is a non-paying position. It's a board member position, all right? And they sit and they oversight what's happening with the energy services company, the bylaws and the service rules. So that's what they look at, and they manage questions, and they'll meet on a periodic basis. So it's a 3-member board. The city gets to interview each of them here, and they'll make their determination on that. The Pioneer Developer will submit one, the Pioneer Generator will submit one, and the city first responsibilities to go to look for someone with that electrical background to bring it up. As far as the fire department goes, we highly recommend that does not happen. That is not part of the board. As an advisory part, fine. We don't have an issue with that. We have a conditional use permit that's in process that has an emergency action plan that has a deep section that's been submitted to the planning section about fire, and it shows what has to take place. And I would recommend that the city council look at that's conditional use permit application that has that emergency action plan in it that gets to the fire department's requirements. And I think we've answered all those questions, and we've tried a reasonable way for the city to act on anything it has concerns with when it comes to fire, rescue, and emergency response.
And then, Councilwoman, just to answer your question about the updates from the Fernley Power District Board, as it's contemplated in the ordinance, as it's proposed, we sent a minimum time, it has to be at least every 6 months. There's also an earlier one that occurs shortly after formation where the bylaws and electric service rules are presented and discussed for city council review. That's really where the consultants, in our discussions with them, will have a very large role in helping advise the city as to whether those are reasonable and appropriate rules. But there's nothing, we do have a specific provision in Section 9, subsection 4, that specifically reserves to the city council all of its rights. And so to the extent that the city council wanted to call a special meeting to get an update from the board, it would certainly be able to do so.
Yeah, and I would add that, just like you have sheriff and fire give their reports, that would just be a normal procedure. They would come in and give a report on the power district, what it's doing, what's working, what's not, what needs to be presented. Things change. So there's going to be requirements, and the city has to approve those changes. So they're going to bring those up as well. I don't know what those are, but I anticipate, given it's a 20-year lifespan, things are going to adjust. And so they're at the discretion of the city council and how you want to bring those in. We've given a model that says every 6 months. If you want to have it more frequently, you can. I would suggest every 6 months. It's sometimes it's like watching paint dry. So you want to have something meaningful to listen to. So I think that's a good metric to bring it in at.
Thank you. I also am curious about the 1% franchise fee, because everything that I kind of found was like a 2 to 5 is kind of the national average, and so I don't know why we would kind of rob ourselves by just doing the 1%, or if you can explain to me how that will be that much more beneficial to you.
Yeah, so that's a good question, and we hear that a lot. And so when you look at franchisees across the nation, they're large areas, but they don't have the generation of this that we're going to provide here. So the potential of generation and revenue in the Fernley Power District is certainly, can we go back one slide, please? Is right now it's pegged at 1.8 gigawatts or 1,800 megawatts. That generates this type of money in a 6-year period. We have planned to expand that to a larger amount. So there's going to be more resources coming. Looking at the cost of power and looking at the cost of power that the public utility provides, to make Fernley attractive, cost of power is a key element to bring business here. To do that, given the cost of the machinery, the investment we're making, the cost of fuel, the cost of distribution, to bring all that in, we're in a very minimal margin to allow this to be competitive.
Will our franchise fee go up as you expand, or will it stay the same?
It will, no, the franchise fee will remain the same, but the revenue goes up because you have more electricity being sold. So right now you're at 1,800, you're about $160 million over a 6-year period, or about $40 million a year. If we had double that with generation, which is highly feasible given the energy district, you can end up at 80 million a year. If we go in and say 2%, that materially adds $1 or $2 to the kilowatt per hour piece to megawatt per hour, which is hundreds of millions of dollars to the business makers who are buying the electricity. What you see currently in Fernley, you would think you're at 4% or 5% from NV Energy, but you have such a low usage of electricity. I mean, we're barely a couple megawatts in the entire city. In one business alone, they're going to consume 1,800 megawatts. Therein lies the difference between 1% and 4%. And if you ask them for 4%, they're not going to come here. And if you go around the country and look at data centers and you look at large manufacturers, the cost of power is a real business decision that they go after. So the fact that we're bringing them here and we're giving them a competitive price, that provides the city with a revenue source. If we turn around and increase that, you certainly can do that, then you won't have a competitive people. They won't come and you won't get any revenue. So like I said in my opening remarks, if you raise the price, they have a choice. They will make a different choice. We're looking at to bring them here so we can have economic expansion here. This is really a business balance decision. So that 1% is a very fair and reasonable offer to provide the city with revenue at no cost to the city and attract customers that are going to build this out. Once the first one comes in at 1%, you're going to get another one. The revenue continues to go up. If we try to increase the amount that goes to the city and we change the material cost of the electricity, they're not going to decide to come here. Then you won't get an increase. They'll decide to go somewhere else. And that's a real business decision. We deal with that on a daily basis. This was not arbitrarily made up. This was steeped in a lot of research, looking at the various models around the country, looking at what energy sells for, looking at Northern Nevada, looking at Fernley, looking at what we're trying to do to make this place attractive. I think we've done that.
Yeah.
We have a lot of competitive efforts right now with this model. If we materially change this model, is what Bob was talking about, they're going to walk. And then there's no revenue. And so that's a choice. That's a material choice that's being made tonight if we change the parameters of the ordinance.
I understand. I think,
Ca-
and I don't think you just made it up. I'm confident that there's some data behind it. But I think personally, it feels a little bit premature to be making a decision on an ordinance before we've actually gotten the report back from our consultants.
Well, again, I'll let Bob talk to that. I think there's a report and there's two different elements of this report. And I think we're talking about an ordinance and a fee, which is outside the scope of what they're working on right now. So the report's not going to reflect on the ordinance or the fee, but I'll let Bob get into that.
Yeah.
Just one more thing.
Yep.
I think it's really important to understand that business choices are real. This is happening now because we have businesses that want to come here now. They want to take advantage of power in 2028. That's only a year and a half away. I have to set things in motion. You've already seen how long it takes to make development work. This takes a lot of effort to do it. If we delay, they're going to decide to go somewhere else. If we change, they're going to decide to go somewhere else. We have some very real business opportunities for Fernley, and we want to take advantage of those. Bob.
Yeah, and Councilwoman, the 1% specifically was modeled off of Story County. They've kind of run the playbook on that. They implemented a 1% franchise fee for the TRI area about a decade ago, and that's what they've been operating off of because of the volume of power sales. You're right that the national trend where franchise fees are even allowed, which is not everywhere, is 3 to 5%. That's based on low volume residential and small commercial usage. It's not based on the amount of power that typically powers an entire region of a state, which is what the kind of world we're living in now. As to the consultant report, to put a finer point on that, the consultants are not going to be able to advise the council relative in any meaningful way relative to what a franchise fee looks like relative to power pricing until a power district exists. And we can create a power district, but without a franchise fee attached to it with market certainty. And again, Story County's right next door on the same systems, it's 1%. In negotiations, that seems about as high as we can go. We've seen negotiations where they're asking for 0.5 and 0.25% of the local governments. And local governments concede to that because of the volume of the development and the consequent benefits it brings. Moving higher than that, we are representing to council would materially defeat the purpose for which this ordinance has been brought on first phase customers. And we appreciate, I was the Mesquite City attorney for 8 years. I appreciate capturing revenue and not but the revenue captured here, the franchise fee by year 6 is not even the most material component. It's the real property taxes, the personal property taxes, which these are estimated on abatement numbers, which are being discussed, and those are up to GOED, and we're seeing those be talked about going away or being reduced significantly. So that would materially impact those numbers. The way your consultants can give you advice is by the district entering into letters of intent and preliminary agreements that actually have price points based on actual generation. No investment grade entity will approve preliminary agreements before a commercial avenue exists to deploy it. The district is at commercial avenue. Tonight's step 1, it's opening the door to the house, right, to the party. And there's a lot more steps involved to get to end use customer. There's a lot more steps involved to get to the generation plant. None of that happens tonight. Tonight just creates the commercial framework where it can exist, and 1% is the number at which commercially we can get as much franchise fee revenue as possible. And ultimately, you know, if your consultants come back with something different on that, when those contracts are in place for subsequent phase customers, that's the council always has the ability to amend the ordinance if it wants to on go forward projects.
Thank you. All of that makes sense to me outside of comparing our fee to Story County, because I can't even imagine the amount of electricity that they're generating out there, and the plain quantity of it. It makes more sense for them to have it at 1% because of the quantity. But out here, I just am having a hard time wrapping my head around how that makes sense in such a smaller area. But I do understand what you're saying. I just don't know if we're comparable to Story County.
Yeah, so Councilman, I know it seems surprising. You absolutely are. So the end use customers that take over, that actually utilize the facilities that necessitate the large electric loads, they are the ones who pay that fee. It's not the developer, it's not the generation party, it's the one who actually comes in and uses it. Whatever kind of facilities these might be, advanced manufacturing, whatever they are, typically range in power usage between 250 megawatts to 500 megawatts. Those Story County facilities, that's about the size you see. There's a couple that go down as low as 100. There's a couple that are a little bit bigger, but that's the 1%. Those are the same size facilities coming out here. Also, I'd note, would have no impact on the current residential franchise fees that would remain with NV Energy customers. This would be specific to the district.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilman Mendoza, then Councilman Torres.
Yeah, I do have one question. If NV Energy was to be able to provide that power, what are the rates, the rate difference? Are you selling power cheaper than NV Energy, the same rates, or are there higher rates?
So that, if I knew that, I'd win at the lotto. But NV Energy currently right now has, we predict them to have a higher rate than we're currently selling the power at, and not a materially higher rate, but just a little bit higher than what we're going to sell for. So NV Energy recently put out a large load energy services agreement requirement for large manufacturers and data centers. So it materially increases the cost of electricity for those large loads. We're not doing that because we create a district. We create our own internal generation and distribution system so we can maintain the load at these prices. So I can't give you an apples to apples comparison because that's unknown. NV Energy negotiates their price with every single customer in confidence. I can tell you empirically from all the work that we've done, we are below the NV Energy rate. And I think that is known by the number of large manufacturers and potential data centers have come here and they want to be part of the district. And so they are waiting for this framework to establish their confidence. And I think that's really important to understand that they're looking for this to happen. NV Energy also isn't here in Fernley and will not be here until predicted 2034 to 2038. They have to finish Greenlink West. They have to build a number of upstream substations. Someone has to pay for those, and then they have to distribute, and then they have to interconnect. Looking at that, that's 10 years down the road, possibly longer, right? While they're building something for Microsoft, that's still 4 years down the road. So is Fernley willing to wait 10 more years? The development can't do that. Our investment and our investment agreement is here now. We're putting that, so we need a return for that. So I think the balance out here is that this district is a competitive district. It brings competitive rates. It's attractive to a lot of folks. They want to come here because of that competitive rate. And we're giving that advantage to the city through an ordinance. And that ordinance allows the city to take advantage materially and with revenue. And so it is, if you look at the data that's up here, everything outside the franchise fee is real as well. And those things continue to grow. And this is just based on one large customer.
Yeah.
One large customer, just we're looking at 7 to 10 just in the southern portion of the property. So this is going to go larger.
And Mayor, if I could, I'm happy to approach, we have Councilman Mendoza, specific to your point, model to the best of our ability. Like General Nelson said, The NV Energy numbers are black box. They are confidential, notwithstanding you can guesstimate and reverse engineer some things. We've done that to the best of our ability on some conservative estimates. In this box under section 4 here, I've got 5 I can pass out to council so you can look at. And there are copies in the back for the public.
Awesome. Thank you for that. What was the rate used to come up with these numbers,
With those numbers,
with the numbers that you're showing us?
these are based on the capacity payment on the generation and the distribution from the energy company. So this is the cost of purchasing the generation, commissioning the generation, executing the distribution, and managing that. So all of that is rolled up, requires a return. So that return develops a rate.
And these were the numbers, Councilman, that were approved in the working group report by the council.
And this is so essentially the energy rate fluctuates from 153 to $165 per megawatt hour.
That's in total,
That's what I'm reading right here.
Yes, that's correct.
okay.
That's the energy price based on the working group report. The best we can get to without a district existing is estimates until we can contract for it.
And
Yeah,
these are the numbers that were used to come up with those numbers?
correct.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was asking.
Okay, sorry.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilman Torres.
Thank you for your presentation. I had a great conversation with Mr. Sweeten this week, and I appreciate your time, sir. I do have a couple of questions. The first issue is under 266. Is the council giving up its authority by appointing 3 people that are not tied to the council for the Power Commission?
Yeah, Councilman, no, not at all. The district is a creation of the city council, and various provisions, have to go through them. Again, I've referenced some of them tonight, preserve the council's full authority. It does not take away any of their rights as a city council to, bring back and amend or make changes to the district framework. Now, one caveat there where long-term, because in order to support this growth and also secure it for Fernley's future, there will be long-term contracts signed. So on some of the early phase agreements, when they're 20 years, if the council comes back and makes an amendment, it won't have an impact on those agreements. That's just kind of standard municipal law. I know you're aware of that, but just for the record. But yeah, the council is going to oversee appointments. The council is going to take reports. The council can bring issues to the power district. They can take more regular reports if they'd like, and they can always amend the ordinances we talked about earlier.
So we're still the Power Utility Commission.
You're sorry about that?
So we're still going to be the Utility Commission, or is that going to
No.
be transferred to the 3 people that Mark 4 wants?
Well, yeah, Councilman, I would correct one thing there. I don't know these are the 3 people Mark 4 wants. I think these are the 3 people that have been proposed in the ordinance that's been published for 8 weeks, and that there is investor confidence in being members of that board. And also the council has ultimate say on who those appointees are. And the council gets to appoint a city representative, can be anyone of its choosing. So I would submit that, Mark 4 as one individual member of that board doesn't have any discretion other than nominating their nominee for who might be on it. And to answer your broader question more directly, no, there are very minor areas in which the Public Utilities Commission regulates municipal utilities, cooperatives, power districts, anything of the sort. The board acts as the regulatory body, and that's laid out in the ordinance specifically.
So what happens if the board is allowed to be formed and the council doesn't like the direction they're going or decisions that are made?
The council would be able to bring them in and have those discussions. And if no contracts have been signed and there's not any deals that would otherwise be impacted that have already been executed and approved, which again, there's a lot of steps to get there before one of those can happen. This ordinance doesn't allow for that to happen right away tonight. Yeah, the council could say, hey, we don't like this. Shut it down and pull the plug. I mean, and like General Nelson said, I mean, much like if the franchise fee were to be amended from the current structure or an upward adjustment, the same way that, we're representing that the current interest would not be as robust, we'd expect to see the same thing. Those developers would just have to go elsewhere.
So when you say that nothing's been voiced and council hasn't brought up any of these issues. There's been nothing anti-formation. But didn't we ask for a consultant to do a study and do a report for us like a month ago? So that is asking for outside information to make this decision. It's not just, we just came in here today and made that decision.
No, Councilman, I think that's very fair. I've met with the consultants on numerous occasions. The city contracted for those consultants. Those consultants, are not here tonight for formation of the ordinance, and there's an important reason for that. That's not within the scope of their work. They are not doing a legal analysis as to the ordinance. They're not doing a financial analysis as to the franchise fee. So in our conversations with them, we're not expecting anything they come back with in that report, as they represented it to us with what's in the scope of their work, to have any impact on what the ordinance approves tonight. What they are and what they have told us is within the scope of their work and has been confirmed through city staff is the due diligence, the actual operations of the district, whether they are prudent, whether they are safe, whether they meet market standards, basically to make sure that this isn't just willy-nilly development out there, throwing up trailers and metal wires and plugging them into car batteries or something, right? I mean, that's what their role is, and to vet whether this is feasible under current market circumstances. And I will represent that based on my numerous conversations with them the last few weeks, the reaction's been very positive.
Okay, thank you. And then I understand the franchise fee coming at 1%. It makes it more lucrative for developers to come here. Corporations want to build at that 1%. Why would we not do a step system to increase that fee as property values go down over time out there?
So Councilman, thank you for that question. So I think property values are going to increase over time. That is what we have seen everywhere, including Story County and including parts of Lyon County where land is powered or gets secured to be powered. Those property values do not decrease. They increase by a very significant margin, as demonstrated on this chart in front of you. And you can see that real property on that second line tax growth. So I would note that. Second, I don't think that there's any inherent objection to a step process or discussion around something like that. We would just submit that the cleanest method to do that, to preserve Fernley's ability. I just want to note one thing you mentioned is that the developers make more money on a lower franchise fee. That is not true. The franchise fee really doesn't make a meaningful difference to the developer, other than the fact that if it's a 15 or 20% franchise fee or a 5%, no one's going to want to buy the land and do a project there. That's the way that the developer makes money. It doesn't make any lick of difference for the generation partner or the development partner as to franchise fee. That's an end-use customer pass-through cost, a tax that the city levies on them that they pay for their power. So what I would submit is that if you want to do a stepped process, the way to get there would be that tonight we approve the 1%, and that if the council wants to consider a step process, with the district or project proponents at this point, because there's a whole stand-up period established by the ordinance that we all have to go through, that we continue those conversations and we see if there needs to be an amendment to the ordinance that could be accommodated in the markets in that regard.
So if we could do that any time, what's the difference between doing it down the road or doing it tonight?
If you do it tonight, you will cause chaos in the system and you will not get these folks. They will not come here. You will not get the business. They will have instability in front of them. That's the reason you don't want to do that tonight.
Yeah.
And what Bob told you, you have the ability to do it in the future and lay that out. We can have that discussion and the impacts of that. But right now, we don't have anybody who's signed up. We have the ability to get them to sign up. We've shown them the attractiveness of this area. We do not want to challenge that confidence with throwing in a step system in the future, because they're looking at long-term 20-year investments. They need a surety for their long-term 20-year investment. Now, if we put all that and we bring these customers in and the city brings us back after the stand-up period and wants to put in a step system, and you've already secured these customers, then they're grandfathered for what they have. Now you can look at the future. There's not a problem with that. No one's pushing back on that. We're just saying, pass the ordinance as it is tonight, but recognize that if you make material changes to the ordinance tonight, we'll never get to the next step. And that's not, it's not me trying to be threatening. No, it's not. It's a reality. These are business decisions, and we have to be very careful for the large amount of resources that are being moved back and forth. So just to be clear, the current customer has an $8 billion, the number $8 billion future investment. That's where these property taxes come from. If we don't do this correctly, they don't come, none of this happens. I think it's very important to recognize that the ordinance that's set today puts us in motion to bring revenue to the city, and that the city has the ability, if we go back to the next slide, please, the city has the ability in the organizational structure to bring us back in and walk through it. That exists. And this ordinance lays it out in very clear structure, which gives them confidence that they know they're going to have a fair shake and they're going to be able to execute their energy with confidence. So they're paying for fuel, they're paying for all the work that they have to do, and they're paying for the generation, and then they're paying for electrical pass-through. And then on top of that, we're putting a franchise fee. Goes back to Councilman Mendoza's question. That's where that comes up. We have to be careful to be attractive. To be attractive, we set it at a rate that works. If we want to change that in the future, let's get it going first. Get this off the road, get it down there, get customers in here, get revenue coming, recognize what's going on, and then have an informed look at what a step system is going to do. And recognize if we do a step system, will that continue growth or will that stagger growth? That's a discussion for later on. But right now, let's get to the growth. Right now, we don't have any growth.
Well, and I think a big part of that too was this approach that you're presenting right now is 1,000% better than the approach you started with. Because as soon as you came out of this and started off your presentation, I shut down listening to you because you're a little hostile. So I just want to mention that, like, I don't want to argue with you. I want this to succeed, but you're a little over the top. And in the beginning, and I'm like, well, this is a conversation. This is good dialogue. I also want to remind you guys as well that we're not Story County. We're not just a industrial center. Trick has no residents, or at least very little to none. They bring in a bunch of people, they work there, and they leave the area. We don't want to be Trick 2. We don't want to be Trick 2 anywhere in the city. We want to have our residents. We want to have nice things. It all comes down to be able to afford those things. But to use the city of Fernley and compare us to what Story County is with less than 5,000 full-time residents, and Trick, which there's no homes there, is not what Fernley is and is not what Fernley wants to be.
Yeah, Councilman, if I can just clarify that point, I was not making a direct comparison of all things Fernley to all things TRI. I was making a comparison specific to Councilwoman Zaberski's question about the 1% franchise fee at the power use. That is a very valid comparison. The power usage that will occur in the Fernley Power District matches up to the power usage, though in a more condensed format, and matches up to the power usage that occurs at TRI. That is where the comparison begins and ends. That's why the 1% was modeled after Story County. That's it. We're not comparing at all. I spent a lot of time in TRI.
Yep.
Fernley's nothing like it. I can tell you that. They don't have a winger, so I'll tell you that much.
Well, and the big thing that they wanted to do, and I totally understand, Mr. Sweeten, is Story County opted to rely on property tax growth, sale tax, business license, and employment growth for revenue. We are not solely the same thing, is what I'm trying to say. So I understand the 1% to bring customers, but we're talking two totally different worlds. And like I said, I think 1% to start off may or may not make sense, but the reasoning makes sense. There's the contract length, 20 years. I understand why. I'm a little uncomfortable with committing future councils and staff to a 20-year contract. Franchise fee, it would be great if we could step it. We may be, and I'm not giving you my vote, I'm giving you my thoughts. We may be able to start off at 1% and then step it up. And I'm not saying, anything above what we're allowed to have. But if this is going to be a 10 to 20 year plan to get this power company going and at full build out, I understand the amount of dollars that are potentially out there. Remember, this is all on speculation. So, and it's an educated speculation. I respect that. But if we could step it out as the city grows, I think that would be a valid direction to go. So we're not just giving 1% to bring more and more, because there's going to be a limit to whether the city has enough of what is coming, or we may want to say, hey, yeah, it's under the master plan, but the argument in the city of Fernley is we have enough car washes. Well, we also don't want an entire city of data centers.
Absolutely. And I would submit that the ordinance constrains where the Victory or where the Fernley Power District is located. It does not run coterminous with city limits. I would also note, I certainly appreciate the thoughts and some of the potential modeling. I would submit that the best way to get there is, if we pass the district tonight, we start to move into the realm of real contracts, real LOIs, real agreements. And I believe you will see quite quickly that it is not mere speculation or educated speculation. It's here for a reason, and the effort is strong for a reason, because there is actual real market interest. NV Energy is reporting 23 gigawatts of unmet demand in the state. They have very few of that under contract, and those customers are looking for elsewhere to go, and they are talking about those projects, as General Nelson has referenced, with them now. I would also submit, I can certainly appreciate, I lived in a town that had a similar issue with the car washes, okay, and with city attorney there. One thing that Fernley in the last few months, and I kind of always knew a little about this, but not a ton, that was shocking to me is when I really did a deep dive into C-Tax, okay? And Fernley is in a party of one in the disparity, the unfairness of how it has received its C-Tax allocations. I have talked to all of you. I know that you care about having, like all of us do in our towns, care about having a clean community, good schools for the kids, nice parks. I would submit to you that these opportunities, based on currently on market demand, on geography, where the developers were at, kind of right place, right time situation, this is the single best economic opportunity communities in Nevada have had. And I will submit to you that even at the 1%, even if you leave a few bucks on the table there because, we didn't talk about the step system before we implemented it, or there's things under contract that look good, and then later on we think, oh boy, I left 5 or 6 million on the table. It's going to pale in comparison when we're looking 6, 7, 8 years out. As General Nelson referenced, and in that same packet I gave you, you look at the box 3 above. When this thing expands to 3 gigawatts, if it is so able to do so, even at the 1%, the total estimated annual revenues to the city are between 68 and 83 million a year, which is roughly, if my math isn't off, 5x the current general fund budget of the city. And that could be realistically feasible before NV Energy is even able to get transmission lines out to the area. So I would submit that, there aren't any bad questions. There aren't any bad ideas relative to this district. The city can always hail the district in and propose them. I would submit to you that what you have before you right now at the 1% fee transforms the city of Fernley, transforms the life that its residents can live, transforms the funding for the fire district, and creates opportunity that otherwise, unless there's some other one out there, I think this is a pretty good one. So I'll submit on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. The thing that we have to look at, as you know, being the Mesquite city attorney, is we answer to these people. We answer to the people behind you. Developers don't. And I'm not saying that they're not being good partners. I'm not saying that any of that. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we have to find a balance between bringing in funding, bringing the right corporations in. And I'm not saying that this isn't. I'm a big fan of Microsoft's data centers because of how they do business. The other ones I am aware of, but I know the one that is probably coming to us now. But at the end of the day, if the people behind you is like, what are you guys doing? And if we're giving up authority as a council to a developer, it kind of looks bad.
Oh, Councilman, I couldn't disagree more, or couldn't agree more. I'm sorry. I couldn't agree more with that statement. What I want to say is your job is to the public. That is what your duty is. And that's what you were elected to do. And I would also submit this ordinance has been published for 8 weeks. It's been discussed openly in public meetings since March of this year, when it was first brought before you. I have heard objections to power generation facilities. I have heard concerns about data centers. I have not yet heard a concern about formation of the power district or what it could entail. And that is in light of various open houses that Mark IV has held that have been robustly attended by community members who, and we just haven't heard any real direct concerns with the district or formation of the district itself. It's just merely creating a door to opportunity. It's not anything more than that at this point. And there's a lot of steps to get to deployment. And when those conversations happen about the power generation plant, about other things, that's when those conversations happen. I would submit tonight's not that conversation. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for the presentation and robust conversation. You hit on something briefly, and it was my main question, and you kind of just tapped on it, and I just want to go back for transparency purposes and kind of identify some of these numbers. You know, we're talking about the 1% and the franchise fee, and I think we're fixated on that. But when I go through these numbers and I'm looking, a large portion, I would say, I would beg to say that maybe 50% of the revenue that's calculated here is from fees from permits and property tax. And those don't affect necessarily just the city of Fernley. The permits do, but the property tax has a much far-reaching component, and that it benefits our school districts. It benefits the fire district, they're, from everything that we hear, struggling, right? They're not able to keep up. And so I'm on board. I'm listening to what everyone's saying, and I understand the 1% is scary. But when I look at the property taxes, just the property taxes themselves, I think this really has nothing to do with trends or power. It has to do with using that component to encourage people to come here and having this property tax component that benefits the pool, the fire department, the county, the state. It gives everybody a pretty large chunk of money. And you hit on it. I just want for the record to go on the record so that people understand that this is not just about franchise fees. There's a much bigger picture. This is about encouraging people to come to a very prosperous opportunity by which they're drawn to our community to build massive, maybe I need to rephrase that, to invest billions of dollars into the city of Fernley, which will have a long-standing effect, way beyond the lifespan of a power plant. If we came up with new generation in 30 years or 40 years, and everybody was producing their own power from some weird, nuclear, whatever, we would still get that property tax. That property tax is continual, and I just think that's something that we haven't really hit on here. You did briefly, I appreciate that, but I just want to go on the record and say this is far-reaching. This is, when we go back and talk about C-tax, I think all of us are exhausted. I think everyone, every time we bring it up, everybody rolls their eyes and says, "Not this again." And this really levels the playing field. I think this does a couple things. I think it puts us in a better position in 5 or 10 years if we did something like this to accumulate wealth and be able to go back and then posture to the state that we can start our own police department or start our own fire department or start whatever we want to do, whatever that may be at that particular time. We actually have the ability to flip those switches and be a real player in the state of Nevada. Right now, we say things like, well, do we qualify for the tax if we start a police department? They say, yeah. And we have $0 to start a police department. So it's kind of like the cart before the horse. And I really think that this puts us in a position to really be respected by the state and the county, and gives us a position at the table to actually make moves. Far-reaching from the power district, far-reaching from C-tax, far-reaching from the franchise fees and the property taxes. This puts us in a power play with the state, with the county, and with our business partners to really move and do things that are amazing. I know some of the council has brought up ideas about sports stadiums for the kids, and we had them come and give presentations about our fields and how poorly our fields are. This can change that in 3 years, two to 3 years. We could do amazing things. So we have an amazing opportunity. We just have to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the citizens of Fernley, that we're doing what they're asking and balancing all of those things. So Like I said, again, I appreciate your robust conversation. Thanks for standing up there and taking some of the hits and educating us. Unless you have anything to add.
Yeah, thank you, real quick, Rick. Thank you, Councilman. I just do want to put a fine point on the property tax numbers that we've modeled in the report for you there. Those are Fernley specific allocations. So Councilman Hannan is right. Those have cascading impacts on other facilities, but the numbers there are Fernley specific, and I don't consider them hits, Councilman. I think it's really important to look at these things carefully, ask all the questions, have the right discussions. I also would submit, we've been at this enough that, or not enough tonight, like more questions, please ask them. But the public has been aware of this process long enough that approval tonight poses no material risk to the city, and the city council is still able to bring back amendments in the future if they wish to do so based on the consultant report or other changes to the market.
So I'd like to, few comments. First of all, I want to thank this council for really bringing up some really good questions, seeing where we can go. I, for one, am strongly in favor of this. Having heard getting this thing off the ground, I think is the number one start to getting going. Councilman Torres talking about the step increases. I can see that. What everybody's talking about, I look at the revenue it's going to bring in for the city of Fernley and what it really could do for the city of Fernley as far as our roads, our parks, our fire department. I think this is an amazing project that will really financially help the city of Fernley. Councilman Hannan talked about the C tax. Well, yeah, we've kind of really exhausted that. Not saying I'm not giving up, but this is the source of revenue I think that we're looking for. I understand the part on the 1% franchise fee where let's get these people in here, let's get it started. As it moves along, let's look at it again. We're talking about control of the Power District Board, Councilman Torres was talking about. I agree with that as well. I like the fact that this council can sit up here and make the determination if this power board is not doing what we feel they should do, that we can make that change. I like the options we have. My suggestion to this council, and I really urge you to pass this tonight. I think this is a great step. I can see the changes we could make after we get this started. And so I just want to say thank you guys for bringing this forward, this presentation, for the comments of this council. And having said that, we would like to take a legal brief at this time, and then we'll come back for public input and additional city council discussion. And then we'll go into action or direction. Okay, we'll take a break. call this meeting back to order. So after hearing what we did, we'll now open it up for public input at this time. There's no public input. Do we have anybody? Oh, okay.
Good evening, Council. Cody Wagner for the record. Not here speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission or any fellow planning commissioners at all, just myself. As a father, kind of worried about the future of our community. We've obviously heard this agenda item at Planning Commission. I think it was presented a little bit differently than it was tonight, but nevertheless, I voted for it then. Still largely in favor of the overall district. I don't think that's too much danger. The financial stuff you guys are here to work out. I'm not even going to comment on that. What I am going to say is that it seems like all the discussion tonight has been about finances. To me, safety and sustainability of our community is much more important. Things like water consumption, emissions, noise, all those things. To me, financials, how the cities do, how much money the city brings in is way secondary to all those things. Because if we don't have a community, the amount of money the city is making does not matter. The other comment I had was last week's Planning Commission meeting. We discussed the data center regulations, which I think city staff did a really nice job on. A comment was made by the applicant tonight about the previously passed development agreement superseding any data center regulations that we developed that we're working on together. That comment really bothered me, worried me. I wonder if a condition of approval of this power district can be that all buildings that are powered by the power district should also adhere to the most current city development standards, including those data centers. And then the last comment I have is the board structure, and I know that's been a topic of conversation today. Worries me that the majority of that board, so 2/3 of the board, would be entities that kind of have a profit motive in this whole thing. To me, a solution would be a 5-person board where the city of Fernley, the fire district, and the county are all represented on that board, as they all have stakes in this project too, so that 3/5 of that vote would be from public entities. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other way. There you go. My name's Doug Larned here at Fernley, and this goes back just really quickly to the sidewalk thing, but the eminent domain. I just had a couple real quick questions. One is some of those properties are on 1 acre, and if you eminent domain.
Sir, this
is only for that?
Yeah, it's only for this.
Very good. I'll leave it at that and circle back for you on that one, but I
Okay,
would
thank
say,
you.
I would encourage the council to not be short. We have in the past missed out on a lot of money from the state. And if we want our parks and fire departments, et cetera, we should do that. I concede. Thank you. I'll turn this off.
Do we have any? There you go.
Good evening, Owen Warbler for the record. I was hoping to get a little more clarity on any outstanding or existing NV Energy franchise agreements and any potential repercussions that might have with those outstanding agreements entering into or forming this district. That's all I had.
Yeah.
Bob Sweeten for the record. I'd take my I'll be less than 3 minutes, just to be responsive to the public comments that have been made. Commissioner Wagner's comments, I think, are well taken. I will submit that our view is that this ordinance tonight and that any data center ordinance provisions are entirely unrelated. This district does not capture the council's right to do land use planning and zoning and the planning commission's authority over those areas. So there's nothing in the ordinance tonight creating the district that would have any impact there. As to the comments as to the board amendment, similar to our comments earlier, there's a process to do that. We would submit that changing the framework of the board itself would be a major change, could open up risk relative to litigation, which we all want to avoid because we want to get to the development if that's what we want to do. So the cleanest process is to approve the ordinance as proposed tonight and then bring back cleanup amendments if that's the case. And then as to the Owen's question on franchise agreements, it's a great one. This area, the entire footprint that is within the proposed Fernley Power District is not currently served by NV Energy. Therefore, there are no existing NV Energy franchise agreements that would be impacted.
Any further public comment? Anybody on Zoom comment? Nope. Okay, no further public comment. I'll open it up for additional city council. Councilman Mendoza.
If there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, go ahead, Councilman Mendoza.
Well, I'm very excited to see the Fernley Power District succeed here in Fernley. But due to the substantial changes that I'd like to see in this ordinance, I make the motion to table this item on Bill 386 until the completion of our third-party consultant's report returns and the appropriate corrections are made.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilman Mendoza, seconded by Councilman Torres. Please vote. Motion carries 3-1. I would like to ask that council, if we could move line item 7.1 in front of our 6.2. This has to be done tonight. And if this goes past 9 o'clock, I need to make sure that this is done. So if we could do that, make a motion to Councilman Mendoza.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Torres.
I'd like to move 7.1 to be you want the next hearing, the next agenda item?
Yes. In front of 6.2.
I'd like to make a motion to move 7.1 and move it in front of 6.2 to be heard.
Councilman Hannan.
Point of order. Do we need a motion for this? Isn't the mayor allowed to see items out of order without a motion?
Aaron Mortson, city attorney, can be done either way, either by motion of council to move things around, or as long as it's the time the mayor can make that decision on his own.
So it's not necessary for a motion.
Correct. You can do it either way.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilman Torres, seconded by Councilwoman Zaborski. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0. All right, we'll now jump from 6.1 to 7.1, presentations, discussion, possible action on the fiscal year 2027 community block development block grant program update, priorities, and citizen participation process. Ms. Livingston.
Good evening, City Council Mayor Tricia Livingston, Grant Administrator for the record. Okay, so I have a presentation here. So I'm here to present item number 7.1. It's regarding the 2027 CDBG program. It'll include an update, the program priorities, and this is citizen participation process. Can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So the Community Development Block Grant Program, or CDBG, is tasked with promoting and facilitating community development throughout rural Nevada. The overarching objective is to build prosperity and enhance the quality of life in rural Nevada. CDBG expects to receive $2.9 million for the 2027 program, and the city of Fernley is one of the 26 entities that's eligible to apply for these funds for the 2027 program year. This funding can be used for public facility and infrastructure improvements, economic development projects, and community planning and capacity building within the city that or that benefit qualified Fernley residents. This award is highly competitive amongst the 26 rural jurisdictions in Nevada. So there are 3 levels, next slide. So there are 3 levels of eligibility criteria that the projects must meet. First, the projects must meet one of the CDBG national objectives, and they are listed here. The activity must benefit low and moderate income persons, or the activity must prevent or eliminate slum or blight, or the activity must address a serious or imminent threat to the community health or welfare. Next slide, please. The second criteria is projects must meet, that we must meet, is that the project must be an eligible activity. Here's a list of eligible activities. They include acquisition of real property, public facilities and improvements, clearance, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and construction of buildings, planning and capacity building, and economic development. Next slide, please. The third eligibility criteria for the project that we must meet is that it must meet the Governor's Office of Economic Development, or GOED's priorities. These include infrastructure, water, sewer, stormwater systems, parks, recreation, youth, senior facilities, streets and sidewalk improvements, health and safety facilities, or to increase access to broadband infrastructure. Economic development, to create and retain jobs, create and expand businesses. And then the last one is community planning and capacity building. This would be like providing training and technical assistance to communities to build their capacity to address housing and community development need, to assist communities to identify achievable goals to further community needs, or to align community goals with funding opportunities to meet those goals. Next slide, please. So I am required in this presentation to present a summary of all the grants that the city has received from CDBG. And on this slide, you'll see the list of the past CDBG projects with the amounts that were awarded. Since 2002, the city has been awarded over $2.7 million in grant funds from CDBG. We've funded and completed projects on city parks, sidewalks, small business counseling and revolving loans, studies, plans and designs, and construction. Currently, the city has no open CDBG grants, and the city can have up to 5 CDBG projects open at one time. Okay, final slide. So I am seeking a call. This is a call for any potential projects. On the screen, you'll see my contact information for the public. Should anyone be interested in contacting me to discussing potential projects. The next step after this meeting is we are required to have 3 public meetings in total. This is the first one of 3. The second meeting for the public process will be on August 19th at the council meeting. At that time in August, I'll return to council with a list of potential projects that have been submitted, along with the estimated funding amounts, who the beneficiaries will be, and I'll be asking you guys for submittal to those projects to CDBG. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
I see no questions.
Okay, that's it.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Oh, Joe, did you have, oh, okay. Okay, now we'll move to line item, oh. Do we need to take possible action on this? Okay, looking for a motion. Councilwoman Zaborski.
I can make a motion. I just have a question real quick. Can we use CDBG grants for like phased projects, or does it have to be like a fully completed project? It can be phased?
Yeah, we've phased a lot of projects, the depot project, Main Street
Right.
projects. Yeah, we've done a lot of phasing.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm going to make a motion to start gathering ideas and come back at the next meeting so that we can decide on which projects we're going to submit for the grant.
Oh, my God.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Zaborski, seconded by Councilman Torres. Please vote.
I got a quick question. Is that a sufficient enough motion for you to do what you need to do?
Sorry, I can read it off of here as well.
Okay.
Yeah, she shook her head. That was good.
I move to accept the annual Community Development Block Grant Program overview, presentation priorities, and support the citizen participation process.
Second.
An amendment to the motion and an amendment to the second. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Now move on to line item, excuse me, 6.2, discussion, action and discussion, possible second reading regarding DA 22002AMD1, an amendment to a development agreement associated with the Sherwood Village request by 890 Fremont Street LP to reflect changes in the project form and layout of the proposed development. The subject site consists of approximately 26.47 acres of design mixed residential in the master plan and zone MDR 14, medium density residential, maximum 14 DUAC, and is generally located north of Fremont Street, south of US Interstate 80, west of Wildwood Drive, and east of Vine Street, Fernley, Nevada, APN 021 092-05, 021-092-23, 021-092-26, 021-092-27, 021-092-55, 021-092-58, 021-092-59, and 021-092-60.
Quite a
How'd I do,
mouthful.
Tristan?
Great job, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Tristan Rodriguez, Senior Planner for the record. The item before you is Bill number 388, associated with the Development Agreement Amendment DA 22002 AMD1 for the Sherwood Village project. This is the second reading of the bill. The applicant, 890 Fremont Street LP, is requesting approval of an amended and restated development agreement to reflect the changes in the form and layout of the proposed development. The subject property consists of approximately 26.47 acres and is generally located north of Fremont, south of I-80, west of Wildwood Drive, and east of Vine Street. The project site is shown on the map and is now outlined in red, as previously mentioned, south of I-80, west of Wildwood, east of Vine Street, north of Fremont. It is zoned MDR 14 and has a comprehensive plan designation of mixed residential MR. Pardon me. As shown on the zoning map, the surrounding area includes a range of residential zoning districts and commercial and industrial zoning located north of I-80. The proposed development agreement amendment does not change the zoning or comprehensive plan designation of the property. The reason for this proposed amendment is the change in form and layout of the approved development. The previously approved Sherwood Village project consisted of a 316-unit apartment-style residential development. The applicant has since revised the project and is now proposing a 293-unit duplex-style residential development. Because the project has changed in both form and layout, the applicant submitted the proposed development agreement amendment to update the existing agreement to reflect the revised development proposal. The amendment before council is structured as an amendment and restated development agreement. The amended agreement supersedes the original development agreement and updates the project description and development framework to reflect the revised site layout and project design. It also updates the infrastructure and implementation obligations associated with the development and establishes procedures related to right-of-way acquisition and emergency access improvements. The key components of this agreement will be summarized here on this slide. The amendment replaces the original development agreement. A significant component of the agreement is the required Fremont Street improvements. The agreement establishes the developer's obligation associated with those frontage improvements and procedures for acquiring the right-of-way necessary to complete the required public improvements. The agreement also provides a framework for the secondary emergency access connection to Vine Street. Finally, the agreement establishes the developer's responsibilities for the required public infrastructure, associated cost, and financial security. Overall, the amended agreement updates the responsibilities and implementations procedures necessary to support the revised development while maintaining the developer's obligations associated with the required public improvements and infrastructure. Staff has evaluated this amendment against the required findings and can make those findings. The first finding is consistency with the master plan. The property is designated mixed residential MR and is zoned MDR 14. This amendment updates the development obligations, infrastructure responsibilities, right-of-way acquisition procedures, and implementation measures necessary to support the development. The amendment does not alter the underlying land use or zoning designation of the property. Based off this analysis, this finding can be made. The second finding is consistency with Nevada and federal law. The amended agreement establishes the framework governing development of this property, the allocation of responsibilities between the city and the developer, construction of the required public improvements, and implementation of the approved project. Staff is not aware of any provisions within the proposed amendment that conflict with any applicable state or federal law. And based off analysis presented in the staff report, staff can find that both of these findings can be met and does recommend approval. The approval language is on the screen here. Should you all not be able to meet one or more of the findings, the alternate motion language is also provided on the screen. And that concludes my presentation. And I will now pass it over to the developer who has a presentation they'd like to go over.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. My name is Garrett Gordon. Today I'm representing Lincoln Avenue Communities. With me tonight is Brian Maloney from Lincoln Avenue, who can answer any questions as well. So tonight before you is the amended development agreement. Try not to be redundant from staff. I know it's getting a little late. Site location was discussed, 8 parcels, about 26.5 acres. The site is surrounded by residential uses on 3 sides, so there's no incompatible or commercial or industrial adjacency issues. We are compliant with both zoning and master plan. And I think this is important in that my client is now stepping into the shoes of the prior development. That prior development was in fact a 316 unit, 3-story apartment. The new project is less in all three of those categories. Rather than 3 stories, it's 2 stories. And now it's attainable townhomes. I'll get into that in another slide. And it's less than 300 units. So less units, less density. It's smaller, it's shorter than 3 stories to 2 stories, and it's townhomes. And you can see here, again, the location, the density is 11 dwelling units per acre, which again, the area is allowed for 14. So certainly this developer is not, or property owner is not trying to push the limits of density. We're not at 14, we're down at about 11, 21% below what code allows. Again, the prior approval was for 316 apartments. We're down to 293 townhomes. When I presented before the Planning Commission, it was both this development agreement and a use permit for these units. And the Planning Commission unanimously approved that use permit. It was not appealed. So there's no use permit before you tonight, only this amended development agreement. And you can see on the bottom bullet point, the unit mix. We're talking about between 944 and 1,500 square feet, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom townhomes. And this is a workforce housing project. So it targets between 50% and 70% AMI rental households. Site access and emergency. So we did work closely with your North Lyon County Fire Protection District on a couple things. One, you can see on the left-hand side, the main entry. It's gated access from Fremont Street, full turning movement, code compliant driveway design, full inbound and outbound turning movements accommodated with driveway width and geometry to meet all city standards. And then emergency access. This was really important to North Lyon County. And another, I would say, improvement to the prior project. The prior project included secondary gated access headed east on Wildwood. Now we're adding an additional secondary access off Vine. And working with Lyon County Fire Protection District, we will make improvements to Vine at our cost in accordance with the city's emergency access standards, including a 20-foot width and a surface load rating of that 75,000 pounds that the fire department requires. So I think, again, another improvement or enhancement to the prior approval. Infrastructure readiness. So I would consider this an infill project. Water and sewer, municipal services by City of Fernley utility system. That analysis is complete by both us and your staff. We have sufficient water and sewer, drainage and stormwater. The project was designed to provide storm drainage to 3 on-site retention basins. Our engineers and your engineers have signed off on that analysis. Traffic study is complete and of course has lower trips than the prior approval, given number of units. Utilities, full utility infrastructure analysis was done. All utilities have been signed off on by both us and your staff. And also, I know I've been before you before and said Bureau of Reclamation added as a condition. We'll deal with them later, but we actually, in fact, have dealt with the Bureau of Reclamation and they've approved the consolidation of the undergrounding of irrigation facilities and we have that approval secured. So no condition required. We did our work on the front end before coming to you today. Just some project renderings of the character that reflects, we think, the scale and style of surrounding Fernley neighborhoods with that rather than 3-story down to 2-story. There is an aerial rendering on the left-hand side, 293 duplex units. And again, on the right-hand side, there'll be a pavilion and a dog park for those amenity areas. And again, 1- and 2-story duplex structures. And another rendering of this community building as you enter the site, which should be another nice amenity to these townhomes. So before you is an amended and restated development agreement. The prior development agreement dealt with the 316 units. Tonight, ours deals with 293. As staff mentioned, it deals with those changes to the earlier project and now our project, but also deals with the construction of the Fremont and street improvements. So I heard some public comments, so maybe let me just address that. So the prior project city staff, and I believe the planning commission added to it, required sidewalks on Fremont at the developer's cost. Those sidewalks were not all in the public right of way. Some of it were on private property. The prior condition before us said, go negotiate with those property owners and build the sidewalk at your cost. So now we're stepping into the shoes of that prior approval. And I think there's about 5 properties left along that site. And I think your next item will deal with what happens if we can't come to an agreement. But I would say the developer here is still ready, willing, and able to build those improvements. Those improvements should enhance or increase the value of the land with full improvements. And there was a question in public comment earlier about their fence might be moved back and some sheds might have to be relocated, and they shouldn't, the property owner should not incur those costs. That's absolutely correct. That will all be developer paid for, moving fences, moving sheds. The property owners should not have to pay a single dollar, obviously, to enhance, to make these enhancements to the front of their properties. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that issue, or I think legal can, but again, we think it's a win-win for the neighborhood.
May I interrupt real fast?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
Councilman.
I do have a question on that.
Yes,
So
sir.
it sounds like the property is going to be purchased, fences are going to need to move, sheds are going to have to move. You're not expecting the movement of fencing or structures is going to be compensated in addition to land value, or are they going to be expected to use land value to move those things?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. It'd be my understanding pursuant to the agreement that you'd pay for the value of the land, and then any other associated costs would also be incurred. So the moving of the shed, the moving of the fence would be paid in addition to the value of the land.
Okay, hopefully that answers some of the public's.
I was trying to answer that. Yeah, thanks
Yeah.
for following up.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. And finally, yeah, that's there's some I won't use the word robust. It was used a lot of times in the last presentation, but certainly there's some very strong language in here about the reimbursement to the city. This developer putting up a financial security to make sure they're making all the payments that are required for these improvements. And frankly, we're really excited to get some workforce, attainable housing into the market. So I am happy to answer any questions. I think that is my presentation for today. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity.
Right. Do we have any further questions? Councilwoman Zaborski?
I have a couple questions. I don't think, I'm kind of going through our original development agreement with Sherwood, and I honestly can't remember if we had anything in there about eminent domain or what would happen should they not be able to acquire it. I think it was more, that's a condition of approval, and before we get any certificates of occupancy, you have to have the sidewalk completed, but they had it set up in phases. So I guess that's probably more for our city that I'm curious about. I also had a question about our adjacency standards, because it looks like, I'm not sure if I saw the zoning map correctly, but it looks like on one side you have general rural.
I'll have to pull up staff's presentation. I don't have the
Oh.
zoning map in my
Okay.
presentation.
I thought it was on here.
My apologies.
I know that we have a section of 6,000 square foot and then the mixed use. And then I think to that left side of it, is that more rural? Maybe our planning director could answer that.
Michelle Rambo, Planning Director for the record. There are some bigger lots on the west side. I don't know, I don't remember off the top of my head the exact zoning. Preston can probably help us with that. But they are providing quite a large buffer area on the west side to accommodate the TCID ditch realignment. Do you have the zoning?
I would assume that because they're 2-story, some of that, the idea of that buffer zone being a great idea is kind of taken away, being that if they're going higher, it doesn't matter the distance.
And if I may, council member, I think it's a great point, and that was discussed somewhat at planning commission for the use permit, right, for compatibility. And yeah, the fact that the size is coming down, buffers remain the same. It was a win-win for the neighbors.
How big is the buffer?
I don't off the top of my head. Do you know, Brian? Go ahead, please.
I believe the BOR easement is about 30 feet on. So there's the BOR easement that's going to be on the west side of the property, which is approximately 30 feet. Then there's, our residents' yards, which will be, kind of between call it the communities to the west, then the BOR easement, then the resident yards, then our units. So apologies, I don't know the exact figure to the closest structure from ours to the structure of the west off the top of my head, but
30, 40 feet.
yeah, at least. So,
If you could, please state your name for the record.
Brian Maloney from Lincoln Avenue Communities. Thank you.
Are we going off of our amended adjacency standards that we had just brought back not that long ago, or our old adjacency standards?
Michelle Rambo, Planning Director, that this would be following the old standards.
If this is an amendment, wouldn't we follow our new, or?
The new ordinance has not been approved yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hannan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, for the record, I did look at some of the adjacent parcels. For example, there's one just to the west that's quite large. If I go down here and take a look, it's 5 acres, and that's zoned 200. I'm sure you guys have already looked at this. 220 manufactured home converted to real property, and then the ones adjacent to that, which are quite large, single family residential. That one is just over 3.9 acres. So this is my ward. I kind of looked at the map on the assessor website, and I didn't see. I'm familiar with that area, and I don't see anything on Vine that's rural or zoned rural in that's adjacent to the project. They're all single family homes or single family residential, 200, 220, just for the record.
Councilman Mendoza?
Yeah, I don't see it in my report, or I don't have your presentation. But will all the access roads be paved, or will some of the access roads be dirt? What is the makeup of those access roads, the additional access roads you guys are adding?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. They will all be paved. We worked with the fire department to make sure Vine, which is currently kind of a dirt gravel road, will be paved and meet the district standards as discussed and negotiated with them.
And then the other, like, emergency access, will those have gates that shut off, and then it'll be paved up to the gate into the property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Who's gonna plow the snow? No, I'm just like.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd be remiss if I didn't say we worked hard on this last couple of months. So I just want to thank Aaron on the record for your help with this, and staff to where we are today.
All right, thank you. So if there's no other public input, now entertain public input. Do we have anybody on Zoom for public input on this? Not seeing none, we'll go back to council, and if there's no other comments, I'll entertain a motion. Councilman Mendoza?
Yeah, I know the gentleman was talking about this. Are you good?
You have a question.
Can we open it up back to him?
Okay, I'll go ahead and open it back up to public comment.
I appreciate it. Already signed it. So we did get your letter about eminent domain, right? And news to me, I didn't know anybody was going to approach us offering monies outside of the city, right? And there's also, we would like to know how much the city or the builder, whoever that person is that's approaching people on Fremont, how much from where the pavement is right now, how deep they want to go, right? Because we do have, like the other gentleman, we have structures, and we are kind of concerned about that. Now, I understand the smaller ones can be moved. And the only other thing that was in the letter that I wanted to address was when they talk about compensation, I was just curious how they come up with the number. Is it based on county assessments, fair market value for what they consider. And the property that we're speaking of is considerably wide, and it's got a circular driveway. And I know it probably doesn't matter, and I know we're getting along in the tooth, and I'll make it quick, that we would need two approaches. And I don't know if that matters to the builders or the city, but that would make things more difficult if we didn't have the two approaches rather than one and a whole lot of curb. And that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rambo, can you speak to that?
Well, what I will say is that, again, this is item 6.3, which is the next item on the agenda. We will have a lot of information for them during that presentation on and answer most of these questions. What I will say right now is that per NRS, we were required to send out public notices to the surrounding property owners. So not everybody who got a notice is going to be part of the eminent domain process, but we are required to send out notices to the whole neighborhood. So again, more information will be presented on that during the next item.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Zaberski and then Councilman Mendoza.
I do have a question on the development agreement. I'm not sure if I should point this at you or Aaron. This is under Section 1.3, improvements related to Fremont Street. B talks about right of way and whether the developer can acquire the right of way, and if not, then it's up to the city's discretion whether we decide to enforce eminent domain or not. But then in Section C, it says, if the city does not acquire the remaining Fremont Row or obtain an order permitting immediate occupancy of the remaining Fremont Row within 18 months after the issuance of permits for construction of the Fremont Street improvements, then the developer shall not be required to construct improvements within those portions of the remaining row, and any conditions related to the improvements of the remaining row shall be deemed waived. And so I'm really just picturing sidewalk, dirt, sidewalk, dirt, sidewalk, dirt, that they can just, well, we tried to get these improvements done and the city decided that they did not want to eminent domain the properties. And so now we're just going to leave it and we'll waive you of this condition. But if I'm not hearing that right, please tell me.
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, that's correct. We can't make them do a requirement that they can't legally do. So if we can't get that property for them to improve, we can't reasonably expect them to make improvements to the property they can't improve. And so we'd have to waive that requirement otherwise.
What kind of liability does that put on the city that we now have just sections of curb gutter sidewalk that are not there?
I mean, I don't think that creates any new sort of liability. I mean, it'd be an interesting engineering project to have to maintain those pieces.
Yeah.
But I don't think it creates any new liability.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Mendoza.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same question. You could have section sidewalk, but you can't have section sewer or gutter or pipe. So would they be able to do the infrastructure upgrades if that were the case?
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, we'd only require the pieces of infrastructure that were feasible based upon the pieces of property that we got. So if there are pieces that aren't feasible, then we wouldn't require the whole sewer sections in those parts.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add to that, Michelle Rambo, Planning Director. This is the eminent domain portion that we'll discuss at the next item is just for sidewalk. The sewer, water, all the other infrastructure will go in the street, which will be improved whether or not the eminent domain goes through.
She said it better than I could have. Thank you.
Councilman Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the analysis presented in the staff report, I move to approve Bill 388 and DA 22002 AMD1, an amendment to development agreement DA 22002 associated with the Sherwood Village project as presented by staff.
Councilman Mendoza.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannon, seconded by Councilman Mendoza. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0. We'll now move on to line item 6.3. Discussion possible action regarding resolution number 26-016, a resolution declaring the city intent to acquire certain real property interests in eminent domain of public street improvements to Fremont Street and a public emergency access road, fine or right of way, associated with the Sherwood Village Development, APNS 021-181-010405 and 021-092-1617225152 and 53.
Made it a little easier for you that time, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tristan Rodriguez, Senior Planner for the record. The item before you is resolution number 26-016 regarding the city's intent to acquire certain real property interests needed for public improvements associated with the Sherwood Village development. The property interests are needed for Fremont Street public street improvements and for public emergency access connection to Vine Street. The resolution would make the required findings for public use and necessity and authorize the city attorney and the city special counsel to commence condemnation and related proceedings under Chapter 37 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. Sherwood Village, as we've discussed, 293 units south of I-80, same image from the last slide or presentation. Primary access to the development will be provided from Fremont Street. The project also includes secondary emergency access from Vine and Wildwood. Under the development agreement, the developer is required to construct the Fremont Street improvements and provide the secondary emergency access connection to Vine Street. The development agreement also establishes the process for acquiring the property interests needed for those improvements. The developer is responsible for the acquisition and related costs in accordance with the terms of the development agreement. Therefore, although the city is the acquiring public agency, the acquisition cost and the city's related expenses are funded by the developer pursuant to the agreement. There are two separate property interests included in the resolution. The first property interest is the remaining Fremont Street right-of-way and associated easements. These interests are needed to provide sufficient area for the required frontage improvements, including curb, gutter, sidewalk, and related public street improvements. The improvements are required by the development agreement and must be constructed in accordance with city standards. The second property interest is on Vine. The easement is required to satisfy North Lyon Fire County Protection District's emergency access requirements. It provides secondary routes and emergency vehicles. It provides a secondary route for emergency vehicles entering and leaving the development, as well as the additional evacuation route for residents. For this specific access road, the fire district has approved a width of 20 feet. The roadway must also have a minimum surface load rating of 75,000 pounds, allowing it to support loaded fire apparatus.
I have a question for you. On the Vine Street, is that curb, gutter, and sidewalk, or is that just a paved access?
Just going to be the paved access. The exhibit that you're looking now is Vine Street. I did add a Google Maps street view. That picture is taken at that star, and we are looking eastbound down to the gravel road. Staff has been told that the properties outlined in green, there is an agreement in place between the developer and those property owners, which they can speak more about. So just give you guys a minute to take a look at this before moving on to the next exhibit. This is the Fremont Street exhibit. It shows the remaining right-of-way and easement interests are needed to complete curb, gutter, and sidewalk. Some of the necessary property interests have already been acquired. Other property interests remain outstanding. The circumstances involving the Vine Street access are somewhat different because there's an apparent historic gap. The Vine Emergency Access the Vine Emergency Access Road already exists as a gravel road. During the survey and title review, an apparent ownership gap was identified beneath a portion of the roadway. Because ownership of that strip cannot be clearly determined, the city cannot simply identify one known owner or acquire the necessary property interests. The eminent domain process allows the city to name known and unknown claimants, obtain the public rights needed for the emergency access road, and allow the courts to resolve any competing or undermined ownership interest. With that background, I'll summarize the specific action being requested by council, or from council, I should say. So this resolution asks City Council to take 3 primary actions. First, to declare the city's intent to acquire the identified Fremont Street and Vine Street property interests. Second, independently find that the proposed acquisitions are for public uses and are necessary for those public uses. The public uses are completion of public street improvements along Fremont Street and the establishment of a public emergency access road connecting to Vine. Third, authorize city attorney and city special counsel to commence and prosecute or pursue condemnation and related proceedings under NRS Chapter 37. It is important to emphasize that adoption of this resolution does not immediately acquire or transfer anyone's property. The city and the applicant will continue good faith efforts and negotiations. Property owners are entitled to just compensation in accordance with Nevada law. So this resolution is necessary to allow the required public improvements to move forward on a defined timeline. For Fremont Street, the remaining property interests are needed to complete the required curb, gutter, sidewalk, and frontage improvements. For Vine, the easement is needed to provide the emergency access route required by North Line Fire Protection District. The route provides a second means of access for emergency vehicles and additional evacuation route for residents. Authorizing the acquisition process also prevents unresolved property interests from delaying the public street and emergency access improvements. The property interest acquired through this process will be acquired by, vested in, and held by the city for public use. They will not be transferred to the developer. This distinction is important because the proposed acquisitions are for public street and emergency access purposes, even though the improvements are associated with the Sherwood development. There is also no anticipated financial impact to the city because the developer is responsible for the acquisition and related city costs pursuant to development agreement, subject to the terms and limitations contained in that agreement. Therefore, staff does recommend approval of Resolution 26-016. The recommended motion is on the screen here. The alternate motion, or should you all not be able to recommend approval, I have provided the alternate motion on the screen. Council should be aware that declining to proceed may delay the Fremont Street improvements, the required Vine Street emergency access road, and development of the Sherwood Village projects. It would also not advance the city's obligation under the development agreement regarding acquisition of the Vine right-of-way if the developer is unable to acquire the necessary interest through negotiation. Staff therefore, again, recommends adoption of this resolution. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. The applicant doesn't have any questions at this time, but can assist with any condemnation-related questions that this body may have.
Councilwoman Zaborski.
Tristan, where are we at in that timeline right now? Like, how much time has the current developer had to communicate with the property owners as of right now?
I will say I will actually defer that to the developer team as they've been the one involved in those conversations.
Thank you for the question, council member. So it's the prior project was approved about 3 years ago. So conversations with current owner, private project have been ongoing for 3 years. And you can see by that exhibit, the different colors. The prior project made significant progress. You could see in yellow with all the properties, but now we're down to about 5 as shown in red.
Okay, but are we going off of the current developer or we're going off of 3 years ago? Have you guys tried to communicate with the property owners along the road that? Are we just going off of the previous developer?
Yes. So we're under contract to purchase the property, contingent upon these approvals. And so we don't really have the authority to negotiate with them. At this point, the prior owner has done so.
Okay. After this meeting, as a developer, you will go out and communicate with those property owners before the city steps in. Like this is the eminent domain is not kind of a shortcut just so that we're not having to communicate with those property owners.
Correct. We would love to come into an agreement with fair market value plus additional costs of fencing and moving sheds, and avoid condemnation. Absolutely.
Okay. And then, and in the event that, I know that this all says this, but it's very whereas, wherein, very legal terms. Should you be unable to communicate or acquire the access that we need and it ends up landing on the city and we have to negotiate and compensate that property owner for that access, then you as a developer are going to reimburse us for that communication, for that negotiation with the private property owner?
That's correct. Those provisions in the development agreement that was just approved are in there and requires us to not only reimburse, but put down a deposit and keep replenishing that escrow to make sure there's funds to do so. And let me make one caveat. You saw for Vine, there's a strip there that we can't figure out who owns it.
Mhm.
So we probably need to condemn that no matter what, just to make sure we can take ownership and figure out who owns it. So I don't want to get the perception that if we negotiate with all the property owners, there's zero action needed. We still have to clean up title on a random strip on Vine.
Okay. And just, there's no idea that who owns it just because there's no record?
Correct.
Or-
We've worked with we understand that the prior owner has pulled a title report. We did our due diligence on the title report, and there's just this strip of land that we don't know who owns it. So we have to either quiet title it or eminent domain it to make sure it goes to the city, not us, so we can build a road on top of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no other council questions, I'll open it up for public input at this time. Sir, did you have any questions? Okay. Okay, do we have any? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name's Hector Gamboa. I am with my sisters. We're on the corner of the Vine Street and right where that star is. You've answered most of my questions on reimbursement for fence moving, shed moving, all that. So that's all cleared up. My only question is right now is the fire department wanted a 20-foot easement. Normally it's 20-foot easement. You have 23 feet there already. I don't understand why you want another 20 feet of our property. That's my question. Go ahead. I guess. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brian Maloney from Lincoln Avenue Communities for the record. And so it's an existing 20-foot road. And so the 20-foot road that we're going to improve is just going to be on top of the existing road. And so it's just for emergency access only. So essentially it'll look pretty, similar width of the road today. It'll just be a paved emergency only access.
Right, that's what I don't understand, because you have 23 feet from here to here, and you're asking for another 20 feet of our property.
No, so we aren't asking for any of
Oh.
your property. And what this map actually shows is
Okay.
that you don't actually own that. So originally we reached out to, we tried to get a hold of you. We're unsuccessful,
Oh.
successful tonight, I
Okay,
guess.
yeah.
But so the two properties in green, we reached out to them through a local real estate broker and basically said like, hey, we think you're the owner of this gravel strip. As part of our property, we need emergency access, a third point of emergency access. Can we, essentially pay you to, take that little strip of your land, 20 feet of your property or what we thought was their property and then, improve it and then give it to the city.
So that was going on what's already pre-existing.
Exactly, what's
So
pre-existing.
you're
there.
not coming into our property at all? Oh,
At all, so.
I've totally misunderstood what they were asking for.
Yep, so-
All right, we're good. Thank you.
This is great.
Thank you. He'll still take your money. All right, if there's no other public inputs, anybody on Zoom, Ms. Swanson? No, okay, I'll, back to council and entertain a motion. Councilwoman Zaversky.
Based on the analysis presented in the staff report, I move to adopt resolution number 26-016 declaring the city's intent to acquire the described property interest by eminent domain, finding that the acquisitions are for public use and are necessary, and authorizing the city attorney and the city's special counsel to commence condemnation and related proceedings under NRS Chapter 37.
And second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Zaversky, seconded by Councilman Hannan. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0, and I really hate to do this, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, I'm going to jump from 6.4 to 7.2. So we'll take a break at this time.
If we're gonna be here that late. If there's anything more than 6 items on the agenda, we get dinner. Council dinners. Yeah.
Councilman Hannon, where'd you get that candy? It looks familiar.
Mr. Mayor, I plead the fifth on this.
Yeah, it does. It says Hershey's. No, I'm good. Sorry, I didn't. I didn't. Okay, we ready? All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. We'll now move on to line item 7.2, discussion possible action and approval of a contract with CDM Smith for the engineering and design of the surface water treatment expansion project at the wastewater treatment plant. Contract amount will be $10,899,764.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ozzie Hinkie, Utilities Director for the record. Tonight, we have before you proposal for design work for the Fernley treatment plant expansion improvements for surface water treatment engineering and design services. This will treat or design for the treatment plant, treat surface water from the Truckee Canal in addition to its existing groundwater wells, expand the capacity of its wastewater plant from 20 million to 30 million gallons per day, and implement a PFAS treatment plan. And I have CDM Smith here. They'd like to give a presentation and be available for any questions or answers that you might have.
Good evening. My name is Servando Molina with CDM Smith. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you so much. I'll give you a brief presentation of this drinking water treatment plant project. Three main topics, a little background on the project and your treatment plant. What are the main objectives for the project, and what does the project consist of? So your drinking water treatment plant was constructed in 2009, so 17 years old or so. Its primary function is to remove arsenic from the groundwater. In the design, some provisions were included for modifications for the future treatment of surface water. The plant currently only treats groundwater. The current plant capacity is 20 million gallons per day of groundwater treatment. The city does have rights to surface water from the Truckee Canal, approximately 9,700 acre feet annually, or 3,160 million gallons annually. Unfortunately, PFAS has been found above regulatory limits in your groundwater, and then PFAS has also been detected in the surface water from the Truckee Canal. So the objectives of the project is to add facilities to equip the plant to remove PFAS and comply with water quality regulations, modify the treatment plant and add facilities so that the plant is able to treat surface water from the Truckee Canal and thus improve the city's overall water supply reliability and flexibility. The project will also expand the plant to 30 MGD and replace some equipment that is aging and reaching the end of its useful life. A brief update on the regulation that's relevant for the project, the PFAS. The EPA recently passed the draft rule to maintain the enforcement of PFOS and PFOA maximum contaminant level of 4 parts per trillion. The implication for the city, spelled out on the right side of the slide, the city's wells, 3 of them specifically, have levels that exceed the PFOS MCL, and then also some PFAS compounds have been detected in the Truckee Canal. So the implication is that treatment needs to be implemented to remove PFAS from your water and be in compliance with the water quality regulation. The timing of the regulation, the current compliance deadline to have all the improvements constructed and up and running and producing water that is compliant with the regulation is 2029. But just in May, EPA drafted a rule to allow for an extension of complying with that rule by 2 years. But basically, based on where we are right now, we really need to start on this project to be able to complete the design and then construct it and have the plant up and running, complying with that regulation. The recent revision by EPA does allow them to revisit the MCLs for other PFAS compounds, but it's not, as of this time, it's not known what the implications will be for the city. So just a brief overview of the new major project elements and the treatment plant facilities that will need to be modified. This is a 3D model rendering of your water treatment plant, showing some of the existing facilities that will need to be modified, plus the new ones. I will only focus on 3 of these improvements. But you see there, starting in the lower center, you do have a surface water pump station that was constructed a few years ago. That will be modified to allow you to pump water from the Truckee Canal into the treatment plant, surface water. And then we will need to modify most of the water treatment facilities, your chemical building, flock set basins, microfiltration building, and other facilities as well. To be able to treat surface water, we need to add a solids handling system into the treatment plant. And on the upper left of the rendering, you see some new solids drying basins that will need to be implemented for that purpose. And let me show you a closer view of some of these improvements. These are the solids drying basins, relatively low tech, easy to operate and maintain. This rendering illustrates in the center, upper left center, a new building to house the PFAS treatment equipment, treatment technology. Also on the lower center shows the flocculation and sedimentation basins. Those are used to remove particles from your water so that the water is amenable and ready for drinking purposes. And this is an example of a PFAS treatment facility. There's different ways to remove PFAS from the water. This is one of them. It uses large steel vessels with granular activated carbon inside. This is a media. As the water flows through that media, the media absorbs the PFAS and removes it from the water. And that allows you then to produce water that is compliant with regulations.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hannon.
Thank you. So I have a question about this step, and I've been to the plant about 7 or 8 times, so I'm a little familiar with it. So when we originally started this surface water, we were told that surface water would have to go through carbon activated filters because of taste and the
taste and odors.
Right. Essentially, that's what I was going to say. But so we're going to run all of our water through this, ground and surface, or do we separate the two out? So everything's going through this filtration process, this carbon.
We will take a look at that option, Councilmember Hannon, to see what's the most cost-effective and O&M friendly approach, whether to combine surface water and groundwater together upstream of this treatment or to treat it separately.
Because I know that the palatability is not regulated, the taste of
that
the
is
water.
correct.
Right. And so that's been I think that's one of the biggest complaints is that they think that the water tastes bad. However, coming out of the facility, I've tasted the water. It tastes different than when it comes out of my faucet. And I think because it goes through that, there's a secondary issue there. But
that's correct.
So everything goes through this, or
so the groundwater definitely will, because the groundwater does have levels of PFAS above the regulatory maximum contaminant limit. The surface water so far the detections have shown it that is below the regulatory limit. So that gives the city then some flexibility to determine what's this most cost-effective approach, whether to also treat the surface water to remove PFAS or whether to bypass the PFAS treatment and blend it with PFAS-treated groundwater. So that'll be part of what we look into during the design process.
So surface water carbon treatment for palatability, for flavor, to get rid of those organic, I think it's the organic taste that people have or will experience, is a separate system?
In this particular case, it could be the same system.
Okay.
Because granular activated carbon can remove both taste and odors and also PFAS from water.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I have more questions at the end. I'll wait.
Sure, absolutely.
I have a question about the PFAS
Yes.
system as well.
Go ahead.
It's a couple questions. I think this first one might be kind of hard to answer. I have outside of the lawsuit that comes with PFAS do you know if the state is doing anything to like help smaller municipalities be able to actually like adhere to the EPA standard?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilmember. Yes, both the federal government and state governments do have funding. For instance, the state revolving loan fund that the federal government funds and then moves downstream to state regulators. That is an avenue for applying for funding for these types of projects. Also, the national EPA has other type of low-cost, low-interest loans that cities and water agencies can apply for to help them fund these types of improvements.
Okay.
Yes.
The other question I have was about that, the carbon treatment. Because everything that I read on it was that the maintenance of it is a little excessive, as far as cost wise. So I am curious what that looks like, how often we actually have to maintenance the carbon, and then how we dispose of it. Is that actually going into the drying ponds? Because I assume that the carbon is separate from just wastewater.
Great questions. Let me address the first one. So, yes, carbon does need to be replaced when its absorptive capacity is exhausted. So as it continues to remove PFAS from the water, gradually it's not able to do so anymore. The frequency at which it needs to be replaced is highly specific to the water being treated. So this type of technology is not a one size fits all. That's why part of our design involves doing what we call a treatability study, where we compare a couple of different carbon media also against another very viable, cost-effective technology called ion exchange. So we'll be looking at both technologies so that we can estimate the overall life cycle cost of not just constructing the facility, but also operating it and replacing the media when it's exhausted. Once you get through that analysis, then you can make an informed decision as to what's the best way to go. Yeah. Okay. But in terms of typical desired change-out frequency for carbon, we like it to last at least a year, if longer, if possible, because it is expensive to replace it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. One other component of the project, right now you have 2 treated water storage tanks at the site. The project would include the design of a 3rd treated water storage tank to give you more storage, more operational flexibility of the plant to meet your water demands out in the distribution system. So a quick summary of the schedule. If we start the design process here in August, the treatability study that we were just discussing would be first out of the gate, because that will help us make some significant decisions with regards to what's the best way to remove PFAS here. Then the preliminary design would trail a little behind that. And then the more detailed design to produce a construction bid set would span between March 2027 and July 2028. That's the preliminary schedule. In terms of talking a little bit about the funding and following up on what Council Member Saversky asked about, we understand that the city has applied for a $2 million grant from the EPA and that it's pretty far along, hopefully with the agreement expected by the end of 2026. As I mentioned earlier, there are some other low interest loan funding options that the city can look into. And also for construction itself, we understand that the city will be looking to seek funds in order to be able to construct the project. And that's it in the presentation, so available for questions.
Councilman Hannan, then Councilman Torres. And
I'm going to read something and then I'm going to ask you a question because I'm not an engineer and gets really complicated. So there was an article recently and the article says the EPA's current drinking water standards, it's talking for PFOA.
Right.
And for PFOS is set at 4 parts per trillion. The agency delayed the enforcement deadlines for these chemicals, giving water systems until 2031 to achieve compliance. This is the part that I have a question about. Additionally, the EPA proposed rules to rescind limits on 4 other PFAS chemicals. So my question is, which ones do we have in our water?
Yeah, in your particular case, PFOS is what above the regulatory limit. You have some other compounds, but they're below the regulatory limit. The 2 compounds that will be regulated at 4 parts per trillion is PFOS and PFOA. Yeah.
Okay. And then the issue that we have, another issue, obviously, I'm sure you know, and we're going to get into this, is TDS, total dissolved solids. We have, we're like in the high 4s, maybe 500 is our number. And that has a profound effect on all of the processes we're putting this water through. It's just gunking everything up. Is there a system by which we can reduce that TDS before we process the water to reduce the wear and tear on our equipment? And I just have a feeling that taking PFAS off, we're going to be pumping this thing full of all of these byproducts from the ground, these minerals, mineralization, in other words. Is that an issue? Is that being looked at?
Yeah, that is, we will need to look at the water quality of both the groundwater and the surface water to make sure that there's no compounds that interfere significantly with the ability of the media to remove PFAS. So yeah, we'll take a look at that and see if any additional treatment of the water is necessary. Hopefully not, but we'll look into that.
So just high TDS, like 400, 500 in itself isn't a big warning
No,
sign?
there's other things that are maybe just as important or more important to look at, such as iron and manganese. When you look at your faucet and it looks kind of black or brown, that's iron and manganese. Those are actually quite relevant for us to look at those levels to make sure that they're not above a certain threshold that would then interfere with the media to remove PFAS.
Okay, and then the flocculation ponds that we have, we're putting a chemical in there to bind with the arsenic. It makes it heavy, it drops, it turns it into some kind of iron byproduct. Correct. And we're still going to do that. The flocculation is still going to handle that job function.
Yes.
And then it will have any additional function from surface water?
Yeah, so in the case of, it's actually going to be more critical for surface water treatment than it is for groundwater. So flocculation and sedimentation basins are kind of the workhorse to remove particle, bacteria, things like that from surface water. Your groundwater is actually quite clean from that perspective. So the floc set basins are not as critical. It's more for surface water treatment.
Okay, thank you very much for your help.
Sure. Yep.
Councilman Torres.
I was going to make a motion, but there's more questions.
Go ahead.
I thought Felicity had questions. Sorry. I recommend the approval of this contract with CDM Smith for the engineering and design of the surface water treatment expansion project.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilman Torres, seconded by Councilman Hannan. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much.
We'll now move back up to 6.4, discussion possible action to approve bill number 389, amending Fernley Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 8, to remove the city manager and add new evaluation requirements.
Aaron Mortson, City Attorney. If you open up the code that you're looking at, we're actually just scrolling down all the way to the bottom to section H. Now that we no longer have a city manager, it was time to adjust for the new structure, who it is that the mayor is evaluating and how that happens. So the new structure will require that the mayor evaluates every single year the city attorney, the city clerk, and the city finance director. None of that is changed from the previous requirements. It adds in that the HR director will also receive a evaluation, as well as the new positions that were created, the chief development officer and the chief operations officer. Additionally, as part of that, for all of these positions, it's sort of consolidated from the different requirements from different areas, is that when the mayor does these evaluations, he shall solicit, he'll have an evaluation form that council approves. He'll reach out to all the members of council to get their opinions, and he'll factor in council's opinions in making his final evaluations. The mayor also has the option to reach out to the other statutory employees, so to the city attorney, to the city clerk and the finance director, to get them to do evaluations for these positions as well. Are there any questions in regards to how this changes things or what this needs to do? All right.
Councilman Mendoza, Councilman Torres.
I was going to make a motion since I see no questions.
I do have to open it up for public comment. No, yeah. Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom? Back to council? Are you sure? Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Torres.
I move to approve bill number 389, amending the Fernley Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 8 to remove the city manager and add new evaluation requirements.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Torres, seconded by Councilman Hannon. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
seeing as it's almost 9 o'clock, do you want me to make a motion to continue the meeting?
Sorry, I was going to sneeze.
I'm watching you. I make a motion to continue the meeting past 9 and finish the items on the agenda.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannon, seconded by Councilwoman Zaworski. Please vote. I guess we can.
Verbal?
You got it? Okay.
Oh, it's already it. A little bit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do we just do, motion carries 4-0. Okay, now we'll move on to line item 8.1, possible action to adopt, resolution 26-017, establishing low-cost paid neuter fees for the City of Fernley Animal Control Program. Sorry you waited so long.
Nope. Am I on now? Okay. Randy Garr, Animal Services Program Manager, here with the low-cost spay neuter program, which I am really excited about. So nationally, we are seeing a crisis as far as too many animals and too few homes. One of the best ways that we can mitigate overcrowding in our shelters is by really aggressive spay neuter practices. Many other jurisdictions have low-cost spay neuter services to assist people in being responsible pet owners, and that is what we seek to do as well. We want to increase greater access to affordable spay and neuter services, as sometimes those procedures, especially for your larger breed dogs, can be quite expensive. So the program, as it would stand, we need to begin small so we don't overwhelm our local vets. It is a lottery system. We'll accept 20 applications per month. It'll be a lottery system. We will choose 5. The owners would be required to pay that copay price of $50 for a cat neuter, $75 for a cat spay, $75 for a dog neuter, and $100 for a dog spay. They must complete an entire application. And then once the voucher is approved, they'll have 60 days with which to use it. Those animals will be mandatorily given a rabies vaccine at the owner's cost and microchipped for free pursuant to the program. One of the things that we do seek to do, as we understand that there are those who simply cannot afford the voucher, is also to donate up to 10 a year for those that are truly indigent or seniors who simply cannot afford the voucher whatsoever. So the city would pay the cost of essentially the voucher as well as the cost that we would regularly be paying, which we have budgeted for in this year. The other way that we can use within those 10 donated vouchers is to use it in a court diversion process for those who are indigent, who have numerous dogs that are chronically escaping, creating more of the puppies and kittens or puppies in the world, that we could require them to go through the spay-neuter process in order to gain legal compliance with a court case. And those we're looking at owners that have 3 to 4 or greater cases currently in the court system. We would use preference, though, donating those to the indigent or seniors. The real thing that we're looking at is reducing accidental and unwanted litters in our communities, reducing the burden on the shelter. Our shelter is chronically overwhelmed with unwanted dogs. Well-meaning owners really do want to do well by their pets. However, some of them are just financially unable to afford that. We also want to increase the number of microchipped pets in our region, licensing compliance, and again, those affordable spay-neuter practices. I don't often get to come before council and talk about some of the good things that we do as well. The last time I approached council, we started our microchip program as well as our pet pantry. So these are some of our statistics that we've had. We began these programs in May of last year. And you can see that in just over a year, we've microchipped 129 pets. Our pet pantry has fed 180 pets and distributed 2,400 pounds of food. And then you can see our impound numbers for 2025 as well as year to date. Additionally, you can see our open cases that are in the court system, as well as our calls for service as of 2025 and year to date as of today. And I am open to any questions that you may have along that.
Any questions from council?
I just have a really quick question. Is it our shelters that are doing the spaying and neutering? Is there a shelter that does it, or do you guys partner with someone, or you have a vet?
Partnered with the local vets. So it'd be
Okay.
Muffin Animal Clinic and Animal Care Center.
Okay. And has our animal control tried to apply for some assistance as far as spaying and neutering, like the Petco, Bissell Love, or something like that? There's a bunch of different ones out there.
With Miss Livingston coming on, I'm actually just had a discussion with her about that the other day, trying to find additional resources for us. Prior to that, we have not. We don't meet a lot of the guidelines that they look for because we don't have a shelter. They base a lot of those things on sheltering numbers. But with Miss Livingston's help, we're going to look into more opportunities and things that she may be able to find to assist us. So that's definitely our plan.
Okay. How does Argonne? Do they have like a shot or something? Because they do a lot of their own like
They
spaying?
do what's called TNR, trap, neuter, return. So they fundraise on their own. They take in an unowned cat, alter it, vaccinate it, clip its ear, and then turn it back out into the public. These are very specifically just for owned animals. The TNR program is an amazing thing, and they do their own fundraising. They've got their own 501c3 with which they're able to do those sorts of things. And I think that they've gotten tiny little grants in the past as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Hannan?
Hey, Mr. Mayor. Randy, you're doing a great job. Everything you're doing, all the effort you're putting out is making a real difference. It's definitely noticed and appreciated. With that being said, I move to approve the fee schedule for the lowest cost spay neuter voucher program.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannan, seconded by Councilwoman Zaborski. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for hanging out.
Nowhere else
Good
to
job.
be.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We'll now move on to line item 8.2, discussion possible action to adopt resolution 26-019, updating the business license fee scheduling by adding a special event organizer and updating the special event licensing process.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Kim Swanson for the record. City staff has been working to update the special event permit process. This proposed change will help streamline the licensing process. So currently, the event organizer is responsible for organizing participating vendors and providing a vendor list to the city clerk's office. The city clerk's office then works with each vendor to issue either a license or an annual license or a temporary business license. Approval of this resolution will allow the event organizer to either obtain each vendor's annual business license number or collect a $10 fee per day per event on behalf of the city from all the vendors who don't hold an active business license. Payment of the fees will authorize an unlicensed vendor to sell products at that event only. That's it in a nutshell. I'm available for questions.
So I guess I have a question. So excuse me. So this is actually cheaper for them to come in and sell their stuff, and it just makes the process a lot quicker and faster and easier.
Yes, it's $10 per vendor instead of 25.
Okay. Councilman Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Swanson. I move to adopt resolution 26-019, updating the business license fee schedule by adding a special event organizer and updating the special event licensing process.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannan, seconded by Councilman Torres. Please vote.
We should have moved this to the very first item tonight, since we have a empty room now and we always get beat up if there's any increase talk.
You're right. Good publicity too.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
We're going to market this, right? That we lower the fees.
Yes.
On the
yes.
reader board.
Yep.
With an airplane with a banner.
Motion carries 4-0. I totally agree with that.
Thank
I think
you.
we should give Becky an award for the last man standing.
Yeah. Moving on to line item 9, public forum. This portion of the meeting voted public. If you wish to comment, you do so in person at the meeting. Raise your hand, feature Zoom, star 9 participating via phone. Public comments limited to 3 minutes. Please avoid repetition. Is there any public input at this time? Becky? Is there anybody on Zoom? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Next meeting will be August 5th at 5 p.m. Hey, Robert, you like my gavel?